mission, on mission. I'm trying to get it right. Transition, changing the way that I see life. Transitioning mind. I'm on a mission, trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life. Making a transition. Ooh, making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Ooh, 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 ooh. Making a transition. Trying to mission, a mission. I'm on a mission, on a mission. I'm trying to get it right. Changing the way that I see life. Transition in my life. On a mission, on a mission, on a mission.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy. We're here back at it again with Baba YASHABIYAH, bringing you the principles of IFA. What is today's subject going to be about today?
Well, today's subject is going to be, goddess, that seeing that IFA deal all facets of life, and we're talking about in this case, I want to call this uh, the principles of character. And when I say character, I'm talking about the things that we look at in life. And what we got going on is that seeing that IFA deals with character, EYPLA. We're getting a lot of people caught up in the illusion of what's going on in the world. And the other night, you and I were speaking, and I want to bring this back because IFA is about truth. It's about honesty. It's about balance. And we don't really follow the principles because if we would always consult IFA before we do things. Your EYPLA. And I'm hearing a lot of rhetoric, a lot of this, that, and other, but nobody is really looking at the fact, what are we, what is our main opponent? What's the main thing that we're fighting, don't realize? And as you said earlier, it's called captivity. Captivity. And then and we was talking, and the big thing now is illegal immigrants and rounding up the homelessness. And I want to bring that, and how does that fit in? Because we're warned about certain things as greed and so forth and how to deal with it. And I all the time tell people there's nothing that come in this dimension that IFA does not address in some form or another. We just don't do the work that's necessary. And that means when anything show on the scene that may appear to be new, do a reading on it, see what's behind it, understand how it operates. And in this chess game of life that we're dealing with, there's a lot of talk about the illegal immigrants and homelessness. And they're passing laws now that are rounding up people. And the whole objective, which y'all forget about, it's called population control. Depopulating the society, create a pure race. And we're all are on the chopping block. IFA help us understand to prepare ourselves. Well, if IFA is all this, why ain't they save the Africans and other nations? Because they're not following the principles. They taking and mix culture and traditions into it and not following the science thereof. And there is a binary algorithm science that deals directly with communicating with the celestial side. As those saying go, so above, so below. And we're looking in all the wrong places for answers. First spiritual, then natural. But we talk that, but we do not practice it. We do not really get involved with it. We do not The things we say with our mouth and the things we do with our actions. And today, the big thing now, and where I am, is they're rounding up all the homeless people, and they're putting them in not shelters, but camps, concentration camps. I don't care how you label it. When you put people in a situation where you control the environment, you control the ever movement, that's like being in prison. And how's that going to affect us that think we're free? We're all are just either one paycheck or one incident or one catastrophe for being homeless. Mental illness is on the rise. Why isn't mental illness on the rise? IFA can tell us why it's on the rise. But we don't consult the IFA. We talk as IFA as some kind of past and religious experience. It's way, way beyond that, sisters and brothers. It's way beyond. And if we will learn, I'm not telling you to denounce whatever you do, but you need to incorporate this system into your life to help you make the right decisions. And that's what our problem is. And so what we're up against now, Sister God was talking, Monica, and she played a clip of the night where they was rounding up people talking about out in California, a lot of major cities. There are small towns they're doing the same thing in, you know. And one thing that came out, all these people are, you have a social security card, birth certificate, and numbers. It all ties into the monetary system. Where does the money go when they round these folks up that are getting social security checks, benefit checks from the military? Where does that money go? You know, so there's a lot of questions that need to be addressed other than arguing about what illegal aliens. If you look at it realistic, everything that's here beyond the indigenous people, which we call the melanated peoples here hundreds of thousands of years before the white man showed up, is immigrants. Illegal. Depend what you define as illegal. Because a lot of this land was taken from other people and just stolen from them, and they got squatters' rights, homestead rights. And so we got a lot we need better clarification. But what I want to deal with today is Executive Order 11,000 and what's going on. So that's where we are right now. And anyone, I'm not asking you to agree. I don't care if you agree or disagree. These are the signs that I'm looking at, and I'm seeing some real. Matter, I was talking to a young man earlier. I'm sorry for chopping it up. He's in Detroit. His name is Mikael. We was talking about the same thing, and he has an alkaline water business, and we were talking about some things that's going on. And so he was asking, and he asked me, "Oh yeah, here we go. Thank you, my sister." He actually brought up, how do I feel about Donald Trump? And what I said was, I tell everybody, Donald Trump is only an agent that's being used by a force, unseen force, to test the system, because it has never been tested. America's about to be 250 years in existence. Every 250 years, there's a major test against any society, any group that's been around that long. And if not and our other guy argued the point, and I wish I could have found what I was looking for. I haven't had a chance to look for it, and that was this: that what you call America is not America anymore. It's called the United States Incorporated, and they took the INC off of it a number of years ago, and to make you think it's a country when it's not. They want to argue that issue, fine and good, but still at the same time, it's a fact that it's owned by 12, 13 rich families that's invested in it. But let's go back to the homeless. Let's talk about the homeless, the roundup, and bounce it off the illegal aliens roundup with the CI, with ISIS. Okay, let's play a little of that. Shalom, hey, hope that now. Shalom, my brother. Was that was anyway, let's go. Let's get the party started. or should I say the
People
conversation.
just choose to do it because it's cheaper to like just not have rent and live like that. They figured that out.
Right.
So we can't assume that because you're homeless that you're just, a
Home.
vagrant and you don't, what I'm saying? Is you probably
Right.
figure out that, what, it's cheaper just to get in a tent. I could sir, I could live this way and be good, you know? And look at all these people that's
Yeah.
out here. What happened is that okay, I figured that out. Everybody don't figure that out, or their credit might not be that good, or might not like I worked very hard to get my credit to the point where I could actually go and buy a house.
Mhm.
And I had the VA and everything, the VA loan to be able to buy a house. Everybody don't have that, you
Right.
know. So um living in an apartment is easy. Once you get evicted, now it's hard to get an apartment. Then you go into second chance house leasing, and so second chance is more expensive to move in. You have to have like first and last month's rent. So
Okay.
so when you first go in, they just need the first month's rent, right? So you just need a deposit. But then the more poor you are, the more you're struggling, the more it costs to live. This is the
Right.
part that's crazy. That the more money you make, the less it costs to live. If you own your house, it's cheaper to actually pay a mortgage. If you rent, it costs more. If you get on second chance, it costs more. Then now you're down to the hotel.
Mm.
Okay? You live in a hotel. You're now versus them being able to take 3 months, they can kick you out the moment that you're late. You don't have the money, whatever, you're kicked out. Now you're
Yeah.
down here and you're homeless, right?
But
And at
about the
this level,
ATM
it's like
machine.
either you go to a shelter or you get a tent.
Mm.
Now, does that mean that you have a mental illness, or just means that hey, things you might not be good at managing money? It could be so many different.
Civil commitment, aka
So let's look at that.
They
And
buy
you brought
stuff.
up earlier about
Yeah, I
how
mean,
many.
tent prices are probably skyrocketed.
Okay, my bad. My bad. Yeah, they buying items, they buying food. All they can hustle. So everything they get ain't gave to them. Yeah.
Yeah.
God is
Oh,
we want to go
they
where,
go to Walmart.
yeah. We want to go where they was talking about how many veterans involved in this. But remember this, it's deeper than this, people. And that's why I want her to go to. How many of you that made this on looking west listening, have you ever heard of a report from Iron Mountain? That's when and it's got some key words in it because since the late early 60s, they were going about uh, finding ways to depopulate society, put it under control, and keep up with it. And by doing so, they're trying to create that pure race. Now that sounds crazy. It's the same thing that Hitler was doing when he was killing off the so-called, I hate to use the word so-called, but that's what the book say because I dealt with them, the Jewish nation, and there were black people in Germany that was called up in the Holocaust that they never talk about, that was exterminated. And it's an extermination genocide. And we're facing, not only we're facing a physical genocide captivity, but a mental captivity or a genocide, mentally being genocide. And so we're not really seeing the big picture, but there is a master plan behind the scenes going on to get where there's only be a certain number that's going to survive. And we're not paying attention. We're so busy chasing these distractions, And then they're talking about rounding up the homeless and putting them in camps and putting them in institutions for mental illness. Way back when they started moving the so-called red men around on reservations, the next thing they hit them with was education. They started taking the children from the reservations, putting them in government funded schools, and then they started experimenting on it in sanitariums, and they found bodies where they failed experiment and just buried them in unmarked grave behind these sanitariums. You go into a sanitarium or a mental institution, you was there, they would electric shock, cut in your brain, and they experiment. So we're almost back to that stage again. The undesirables, they want to call them, the unfit, the illegals. And they use those terminologies to demonize certain groups of people to do what they want to do to them for their own selfish whatever. But it's definitely inhumane, it's definitely ungodly, and folks buy into it. And then another thing we do, we surrender our personal sovereignty for protection and safety and health, and they play on that. And that's why I wanted to bring up about the report from Iron Mountain. We'll get to that. And some of y'all have never heard of it. Some of you might have. Some of you want to write it off as conspiracy. This is a government organization that was organized back during the Kennedy era for the purpose of genocide. Here we go. 1967. Would you help us out a little bit with that, Sister Monica?
So they're saying that this was a satire written by Leonard C. Lewin. The book purports to be a leaked report authored by a special study group tasked by the Kennedy administration with planning the transition from a wartime economy and assess the potential social impacts of a condition of general world peace. It details the group's analysis, which concludes that world peace could cause the United States to collapse. War or some alternative extreme threat is necessary for social stability. The study group finds and recommends that the establishment of a permanent war peace research agency to improve the effectiveness of war's major stabilizing functions and to plan substitutes for war should a viable general peace emerge. So basically, it's sounding like
But what does war create? It creates what? It creates what? Refugees.
And see, one thing I want to say something. Please don't get the word satire mixed up. First of all, I used to be a comedian. Comedy is based in reality. It's an exaggeration of what the true situation is. That's all a joke is. Whenever somebody tells a joke, they say, "I'm just joking." They're telling the truth, exaggerated, but they're telling the truth nonetheless. It's shocking and makes you like laugh because it throws you off, or you might be caught off guard by it because of what they're saying. But think about most jokes. It's the truth, you know? So don't, because people say, oh, that it's called, they said it was satire. Yeah, it was a comedy, but you know, a lot of comedy can be, it doesn't necessarily have to be funny, you know? So please, you know, I just want to clear that up because it did say it's a satire.
That. But we everybody know that America's a war country. She's known for wars. And like I said before, wars create immigrants. War creates what you call refugees. The next day, and they're homeless. Look at the folks over in Iran and Iraq. Look at the millions of people. What would you classify them out there with no place to stay? Got tents and fighting for food. How many immigrants that Trump bring to America and send them up into the northern countries, gave them houses and food and stuff because who they were, but they're kicking everybody else out. Let's roll down a little bit further. Go ahead.
And basically, I think it's also a situation where, you know, he's moving these South Africans in. I'm not sure if he's still doing that now that him and Trump.
Yeah, because you know that's what Jamie Davis said about some of these South Africans coming in here working. You know, and we know the South Africanos are white; they're not black. Look at Musk and all these guys.
Right.
So, and what you're doing, you're moving pieces around on live chessboard. You're putting pieces in place, and we always start out with this thing. The first thing that they start out with is demonization. That's the first piece. You demonize a thing to move it so there'll be less interest in its survival. And we're facing that right now. And like I said earlier, We're all just one paycheck or one situation away that could put us outside. You can get a hell of a hospital bill, and before you know it, everything you got is gone. People have lost whole farms and homes. And the other night we was talking, you brought it up, how that some of these banks would that was money was being loaned come back in, and they would come back, and then they would put you off the land. So what do we have here, sir? We've got to be able to understand and understand what we're facing, and everything is not as it appears. You have to look behind the iron curtain, look behind that blinder, and see what is orchestrating this. Where did it start at? I mean, what is the ultimate goal? What is the main objective? And we don't do that. We're so caught up in the moment in our emotions rather than putting our emotions aside and looking at it from a logic, holistic position, looking, not only hearing, but listening. We hear things to debate and argue, to your point, for intellectual masturbation, but you're not listening to learn to see if that you might be on the wrong track. And that's our problem. That's why the principle IFA is, that's why karate says IFA can mend a broken world, because you got to look deep into what you're gonna. But if they are moving South Africans in, it makes sense, because have that Israelite blood in them. See, that's another thing you got to look at. Those South Africans are not necessarily Israelite. You know, you have to look at that. We're talking about a Zionist movement, Zionism. Zionists. You got to look at that. A lot of people don't look at the Zionist movement. Matter of fact, the Zionist movement, oh, you can't see it. Let me get my camera out. The first thing at the top, Community 300, the first thing at the top, you see it says Zionism. Those are the phases that this thing going through. Zionism, communism, fascism, liberalism, socialism, right wing. You see that, sisters and brothers? That's the platform. And most of us don't understand that. Why they got organizations that protects that interest that affect us, and we don't know what to do because we're not used to the. What is the ADL? What is the ADL? The Anti-Defamation League. Okay. What is the WOZ? We're talking about, well, how they got to do it with principles, because IFA deals with life, and this is life. It ain't some kind of a monopoly game or some kind of game you play in house. It deals with life and how to operate in this dimension. Well, we're celestial beings in a terrestrial world. Our ori and our heart has to be in balance. So everything that affects one affects the other one. So I have to ask you this. So what are these different movements and groups and societies that comes in that affects the daily life of so-called citizens or people on earth? And that's why we look at it. What do y'all know about Zionism? What do you know about the WOZ? Sister Monica, I'm glad you're there. Look at the word, the WOZ organization. Because these things that affects our life, and then you want to run to look for help. Why am I going through this? There are certain things that's orchestrating your problem. Okay. What does it say?
Zionism is a nationalist movement that supports the self-determination and statehood of the Jewish people in their ancestral homeland, the land of Israel, also known as Eretz Israel. It encompasses various forms of interpretations, including political, religious, and cultural aspects. Zionism emerged in the late 19th century, partly as the response to European anti-Semitism and the desire to create a Jewish state where Jews can live without persecution.
Oh, wow. Now check this out. But now the WOZ is a corporation as well. The WOZ, World Zionist Organization. Type that in. World Zionist Organization.
It's their website. Let's see. Okay, here it is. The World Zionist Organization, or WZO, is a non-governmental organization that promotes Zionism. It was founded as the Zionist organization at the initiative of Theodore Herzl at the First Zionist Congress, who took place in August 9, 1897.
Okay. He created a thing called the 13th tribe.
The 13th tribe. Okay.
World domination. Started a new discovery about the true ancestors of Jewish people and its cause and stress. I mean, come on, people.
The 13th tribe is a 1976 book by Arthur Koestler advocating the Khazar hypothesis of Ashkenazi
ancestry. And Ashkenazis is one group of the tribes. You got Sephardic and Ashkenazi. That's the two groups. So we're talking about a people who have set out to dominate the world through a process. And guess what? America is the support for their movement.
It says Koestler's hypothesis is that the Khazars, who converted to Judaism in the 18th century, migrated westward into current Eastern Europe, primarily Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, Lithuania, Hungary, and Germany, in the 12th and 13th centuries when the Khazar Empire was collapsing.
It did not collapse. They just changed names.
So that Ashkenazi Jews are not descended. Wait, Koestler advances the thesis that the Ashkenazi Jews are not descended from the historical Israelites of antiquity, but from Khazars, a Turkic people, originated in and populating an empire north of and between the Black Sea and Caspian Sea.
Caspian Sea, right.
Koestler's hypothesis is that the Khazars, who converted to Judaism in the 8th century, migrated westward in the current Eastern Europe, primarily Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, Lithuania, Hungary, and Germany. At the end of the book's last chapter, Koestler summarizes its context and its intentions as follows. In part one of this book, I've attempted to trace the history of Khazar Empire based on the scant existing sources. In part 2, chapters 4 through 7, I have compiled 5 through 7. Have compiled the historical evidence which indicates that the bulk of Eastern Jewry, and hence the world Jewry, is of Khazar Turkish rather than Semitic origin. In the last chapter, I have tried to show that the evidence from anthropology concurs with history in refuting the popular belief in a Jewish race descended from the biblical tribe.
Right. And if you look it up in Genesis chapter, I think chapter 3 and verse 10, the Ashkenazi are considered Gentiles, from the Isle of the Gentiles. So you got the Sephardi. So why you say that? Because a lot of people don't realize all this ties in. All this ties in. That's when they formulated the what we call it in 1948. It's called the State of Israel, and these are the Khazars that they moved in there, claiming it to be for the Jewish people that was despised out of Spain. See, that's out of Spain, and that's the sad part. Now I've got one of their Bibles called the Tanakh. This young man trying to reach me, but hold on a minute. It's what their Bible calls the Tanakh, and in it they have a thing called God. God is never gone, and they talk about America being founded by Christopher Columbus from getting money from Isabella and Ferdinand, the final place for the despised Jews that was kicked out of Spain. Who you think all that stuff is? What's going on there? And that was in 1948. What they have to do, it's been a constant moving people around to creating certain scenarios to demonize one, to raise another. But the whole thing is, according to the Zionists, is for world domination. And most of the key people that are in positions of power all have Jewish or Zionist roots. And that's the sad part. And we sitting around here playing with ourselves, and it's all about what? Avoiding being what? Being in captivity. Being in captivity.
Right. I think that's what most people are trying to avoid, huh?
Yeah. But the thing about it, the more but they're going about it in the wrong way. From my point of view. Now, I could be wrong with two left shoes caught on a windstorm or feather. But when I look at things from the years that I've been around and watching these various movements spring up under various labels, and nobody really addressing the real deal, we got all these titles and subtitles and reads like this thing on, and everybody got and most folks are scared to offend these people. I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm not. Look at them. Anti-Semitism. Have you really looked at what that word really means? Anti-Semitism. It's a compound word. Have you ever looked up and see what it means? And they got people deaf scared of it. They are deaf scared. I mean, I don't want to seem anti-Semitic. I'm going like, what? You gotta be joking. Etymology of the word anti-Semitism. Hostile or prejudice against Jewish people. What about other people? But look at the etymology of it. It's a compound word. What does anti mean? And then Semitic. We'll break the word down. Here it is. The word anti is derived from the German, coined by who? It was coined by who?
Wilhelm Marr in 1879.
To use what? To replace the word what? One individual created this word.
He used it to replace the term Jew hatred.
Okay.
Judenhaub was aiming to present an anti-Jewish sentiment as a more scientific or rational phenomenon.
Okay, but let's look the word up. Anti-Semitism. It's a compound word. What does the word anti mean? And then what does the word Semitic mean? Let's do that. Take the first word. What does Semitic mean? We did this in our study 15 years ago. What does Semitic mean?
Relating to or denoting a family of languages that include Hebrew, Arabic, Aramaic, and certain ancient languages such as Phoenician and Akkadian, constituting the main subgroup of the Afro-Asiatic family. Relating to the people who speak Semitic languages, especially Hebrew and Arabic.
Wait a minute. So why are they going to sing it out to one people when it goes from a whole group of people?
Right. Because
look at it right there. It says relate to and donate to a family of languages that include Hebrew, Arabic, Aramaic, and certain ancient languages such as Phoenician, Akkadian. So it ain't about one people making this town feel negative. It's a host of languages, a body of languages, words we use. They made it a weapon of what you call it, a derogatory expression for a particular people when it ain't got nothing to do with them.
Right.
I mean, look at it.
Right,
Yeah, but
right. People never, no one ever looks up the meaning of the word Semitic to know that it's not even talking about people. It's talking about a language or a group of people that speak a specific language. That's crazy.
I mean, I'm going like, oh, y'all crazy.
Wow.
We started this 20 years ago, myself, Brother DeWall, Brother McHare, and I think tank in Dallas, and we broke it down because that most languages is compound. You got anti-Semitic, and the main root is Semitic. What does the word Semitic? And then you tell you all these different languages, a group of languages that embodies this particular definition. When people are deaf scared of, I don't
Like,
want to say
who could be anti-language, anti?
baby girl, you hit the nail on the head. But now they'll say, well, you're anti-Semitic. You don't care
What?
about the people. Go ahead, baby. Just think about it.
You know what? If they remove the word Jew hate, Jewhab, which was the actual word,
Right.
if they remove that and turn it into anti-Semitic, maybe he was trying to encompass anybody who spoke that language. Maybe that's what initially he meant by that, but then it just got turned into something else. Because
great possibilities. But I'm talking to people, while we out there choking on swallowing the camel and gagging out a net, this don't mean what people think it means. But for a long time, they've been using it in defense or to attack anybody who goes against the so-called Jewish people. And the odd thing about it, Goddess, you can't spell Jew in the language. You cannot spell because there is no J in the language.
there's no J in Hebrew.
No.
So yeah, right. So what?
There's no J in Hebrew, and there's no J in ancient Greek. I debated Rabbi David Lyon at the Interfaith thing in Dallas one year, and I asked him, did he speak the language? He said, yes, an ancient or modern. In the ancient Paleo language, so-called language that they later changed to Babylonian, there is no J in the language.
So that word doesn't even exist in the actual language
it
of
does
the
not,
of the Jew of the. So is that even a thing then? What?
Well, the thing about it, and when we debated them, I asked him, how can you say you're a Jew when you can't spell the word in your language? He said, my mama said I'm a Jew.
Wow.
Your mama lied to you then. Because not without the niquidotes or the change, because there is no vowels in the original language, it's all consonants. So if you look through it, what they call a J is a Y, the 10th letter of their language. And in the 1611 King James Bible, in those Bibles, under Psalms 119, the whole languages, all the languages there, and it's not a J there in it. The 1611 Bible has no J's in it. There is no J's in the 1611. What that mean to us? We get wrapped up in what you call, you said a while ago, what's the word they use? Satire.
Right.
Yeah, up in the illusion of thing without doing the research. The word is an adjective. You see what it says? Semitic is an adjective. And what does an adjective do? What is an adjective?
I forget, honey. What's an adjective? What's an adjective? It's been too long since I've been out of school. What is an adjective?
What is an adjective?
A word or phrase naming an attribute added to or grammatically related to a noun to modify or describe it.
Yeah.
So it's a description of
something. And it's talking about languages.
It's a description of a language, basically.
Of languages, not one, but languages.
Multiple languages. Wow.
Yeah. And folks get caught up in it. And they scared. I don't want to seem to be anti-Semitic. And we can be so foolish. in our emotions that we don't look at the realistic in
And
grammar.
I wanted to also show something to back up your whole thing about that that one thing that talks about people's origins.
Yeah,
Because
come on.
they're not even allowed to take DNA tests in Israel. And
Right. Okay.
and I'm gonna show you why.
The United States government is using the
Hold on.
State of Israel to obtain this. And if you do obtain it, it's illegal to show it and or talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, my DNA. Now, I bet you thought it was going to be a lot crazier than that, right? Now, you might ask yourself, why is it illegal to obtain this in the state of Israel? Because it proves through your DNA that Jews around the world have no ancestral ties to the land of Israel. But according to Israeli law, the fact that I have Jewish blood gives me more right to somebody's home and land in the land of Palestine than somebody that has been there for hundreds of years. Doesn't make sense.
See? All of this stuff. Yeah. They are not Israelites.
Remember when they actually made that one? I mean, you know how many people got like their careers threatened? That one basketball player, because he watched a thing and recommended it, had to go take classes and all type of stuff.
Yeah.
Remember that guy?
Sensitivity training. And it's all because somebody came up with an idea to try to legalize that word to make it sound offensive to a particular people. Now you're racist. Man, come on. Let's talk about all the different languages in that group. How can I be anti-language? How can I be when there's a definition? Oh man, he anti-Semitic, and so is your grandma. Same thing when it comes to us dealing with other issues. You're going to have to look where it came from and where it started. Now you know I got to bother somebody, right? I got to go here. My spirit won't let me rest. All these. Wait,
look at his DNA. Look at that DNA. Look, 100% Eastern European. Nothing. That's
where you gonna find 100% European?
You see that?
Yeah, 100%.
Ashkenazi.
There's no such thing.
Ashkenazi and 100% European. Well, what is Ashkenazi? What is that?
An Ashkenazi is a Gentile, and it says Jewish. No such thing. No such thing.
Maybe it's Jew. Maybe it's the ISH on the end of it that makes it something ish.
I don't care what it is.
Like something ish. Like if I'm anything ish, I'm not all the way it. You know what I'm saying? No, like ISH. No. If I am tired-ish, it's kind of a question. It's another question. It's like I'm kind of ish.
Yeah, you know the thing about that is, depends who's doing the DNA and who can send the report back. You know.
But it says 100% European on there, so I don't know.
Yeah, but no such thing as 100% European. From the word from Europea, out of the Caucasus Mountains area. How do you 100% anything? How are you 100% anything? If there's been wars in that area fighting, how are you 100% anything?
Right.
I mean, that's
the DNA. That whole DNA thing is a weird thing.
It's a sham. Why they never go to South America, Argentina, looking for DNA. It's always over around Africa, Europe, in that area, but never in the West. Think about it.
Yeah, nobody's from America.
Come on now.
Nobody's from South America. Nobody's from North America.
Yeah, from Australia.
Everybody migrated there. This place was
everybody migrated
nowhere else, but they only migrated like That's crazy. Like nobody was there. It was just empty.
Yeah. And the funny thing about it, if you go back and check the history of Pangaea, before the tectonic plates separated, you could walk from one point to the other. Walk.
Right.
The river, the water circled the whole thing 300 million years ago. Then you had called Jurassic when the land broke apart and folks got cut off. Like the guy said the other night, how camels, where did camels originate from? Where did camels originate from? That's over in Arabia.
Egypt?
Huh? No.
Where did camels? Okay.
In the Americas, looks the odd where did camels originate from? You can go by the vegetation, agriculture. These things will tell you exactly what took place.
Camels originated in North America.
Thank you.
What? 44 million years ago.
Shit.
How did people get over there?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sisters and brothers.
They just walked all the way across Africa and made it? They made it
come
all
on.
the way.
Camels originated
That's some badass motherfucking animals right there. They walked all the way to the desert and went into Saudi Arabia. Them some badass animals. To make it all the way over there from America.
Oh shit.
Listen, camels are badass, bro. They made it all the way from America, all the way to over there, and they still survive and still live. Why? Why did they even go there?
I mean, you know, migration. They moved around. Shit.
Wow, that's crazy.
You see what I'm talking about? Because we don't do the research. We take things at face value and don't look behind the curtain. Approximately 44 million years ago. Now, where was Adam and Eve?
I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know what's
Just think about it. We done blow it up 2 myths already on assumption. Wait a minute, what?
How the hell did they get over to Africa? That's crazy.
It says it migrated from North America to continents via land bridge. Everything was connected. Just walked their ass on over there.
Just walked right over to Africa. Okay, we're chilling. Okay, come on.
Let's go, y'all. We're gonna go. We're gonna go.
Hell, or somebody had a boat and was like, "Man, that's a cool animal." Wait a minute, how did they get? No, that means that they had to have been here in North America. Either we brought them to Africa, or they walked over to Africa all the way to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, but who brought them? I say, and
they made it past lions and tigers and all kind of crazy predators, elephants. They made it past all that and got into the desert of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
The camel. The lions didn't kill them. They made it past all that, honey. And camels, I ain't never seen a camel fight. I don't know.
Oh, he bad boy.
They fight?
Shit, they bad boy. Shit, trust me.
So
him and that giraffe ain't nothing to fuck with. You don't give him the credit due.
Well, it looks so cute. The giraffe looks so cute. You don't think it's gonna do nothing, but I think it will probably.
It'll
kick the crap out of
you. He'll beat you down with the hoofs.
Man,
yeah, buddy.
And it won't need the water afterwards.
We're just showing here today how we get things twisted without doing proper research, and we fall for the okie doke. And when it comes to languages and definition, and people don't tend to fight this when you go into court. Just say, well, okay, I'm there. What does the word mean? Where did it come from?
Well, you know what's so crazy is that, you know, with all this being said, now you have this whole FBA movement that's going against the Caribbeans, and we're telling each other, well, we don't care about y'all. You guys are tethers. They call the Caribbeans and the people from South America and everything that they're tethers, and we don't care about them and this, that, the other. But we don't even know what part of our family might be connected to the Caribbean.
That's right.
We could our great grand probably was in the Caribbean and because they
Tell 'em how
stopped the
time been.
Caribbean first, didn't they? A lot of these things,
Yeah, see,
I
and
think
when
that
we go
people are
around and
losing their mind.
we're quick to put labels on people based on somebody else, or we're quick to put a label on ourselves and ain't did the research. Now I'm going somewhere with this. I'm going to piss somebody off. You ready for this?
Uh-huh.
I am atheist. Look at the word atheist, what it means and where it came from.
Oh, he's it's our buddy who loves to hate.
Nowhere in the hell he could be an atheist. Then that means you still owned by your oppressor, and you're following his teaching. The definition and origin of the word atheist. Who is the author of the philosophy of atheism? The word originated from the Greek word meaning godless or without. But now just go a little further. English term. Ain't nothing African about that.
Yes, Greek.
Greek. Now go back and find who was the guy that formulated the word atheism. Who created and added to the vocabulary of the history of atheism?
Pre-Socratic philosophers like Thales, Anaximander, and Anaximenes proposed naturalistic explanations for the world, moving away from mythological one.
Yeah.
Diagoras of Melos in the 5th century BC is sometimes called the first atheist for his vocal criticism of religion and his assertion that the gods were a human invention.
Yeah.
Indian philosophy of Samkhya in Hinduism rejected the notion of a creator god. Ancient Rome, Epicurus and Lucretius explored materialist philosophies that questioned traditional. And then later, thinkers like Baron D. Holbach were outspoken atheists during the Enlightenment, promoting reason and challenging religious authority. Figures like Karl Marx and Bertrand Russell further developed and popularized atheistic ideas.
You still call it white mindset and school of thought. It's nothing that you come up. It's always created by somebody else. You adopted their thought. 21st century movement known as New Atheism.
Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, and Christopher Hitchens. And that's the 21st century.
You grab things, and I'm like Steve Wonder, you believe in things you don't understand as super because you ain't did no damn research.
Jainism. Okay. So here it is. So in East, a contemplative life not centered on the idea of deities began in the 6th century BCE with the rise of Jainism, Buddhism, and various sects of Hinduism in India and Taoism in China. These religions offered a philosophic salvific path not involving deity worship. Deities are not seen as necessary to the salvific goal of the early Buddhist tradition. Okay, and then we went into then we go into the Astika, the Sarnkaya. So we're getting into like Aryan and a little bit of
yeah, but see, the thing about it is, it's based off of other religious concepts and adopted a ideology that has nothing to do with what people think it means. And if somebody else made the contribution, what contribution did that person make to make it be atheism? And it didn't exist.
Well, they didn't even call it atheism because
no, and it didn't exist before 1589. It did not exist in the language before 1589. When was the word atheism become a part of the vocabulary? When did the word atheist become a part of the vocabulary?
The 16th century,
Yeah.
derived from the French atheiste, which itself came from the Greek atheos, meaning godless. While the concept of disbelief in gods existed long before, the formal labeling of individuals as atheists gained prominence later in ancient Greece. Terms like atheos were used as insults to describe someone who was godless or ungodly. Ungodly. Huh, that does not sound like that's actually that sounds like a slur versus, so to call yourself an atheist, that's almost like you're saying
Yeah,
you're
but people
ungodly.
grab
So you don't even like I'm like you're not even okay.
you grab these labels and Ronald
And
Reagan's son.
label them to yourself, and you're basically calling yourself ungodly.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. And the thing about that, and then Ronald Reagan's son, he's a card carrying atheist. You know.
Shaboa Tov Baba.
But some boy told, yeah, Hebrew language, you know.
What is it in Hebrew language?
Yeah.
I think Shaboa. I don't know what that Shaboa Tov.
Porto, yeah.
What does that mean?
You know, I forgot what it was, but I know that a lot of that what are the other ones, shalom and there's a few other words that I get back in my book. I haven't dealt with the language in so long, but you know it goes in there. Then he used the word Bob at the end. But we're not attacking. We're looking at it from holistic because we're talking about principles.
Oh,
Principles.
greeting for the beginning of the week. Okay, that's what that means. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, because they consider the day which is Obatalaw's day, the first day of the week, when actually, according to the celestial man, it's the 7th, because the first day is moon day, according to the moon being the first sign that was seen from evening to morning was the first day. And we kind of like, then everybody wanted a special day, so some choose Sunday for the day of worship, some choose, but the word Sabbath means a day of rest. It could fall on a Saturday or Wednesday, any day you choose. But a lot of folks won't get into all of that. That's religious concepts. But we all say Shabbat Shalom, peaceful Sabbath and so forth. I was a part of the body for a long time. And when we studied a lot of this, that's why I found out that in the Bible, in Psalms 119, all the 22 YASHABIYAH or alphabets is in there. And in the original book, there is no J in it, because the J is a late addition. Around 1500s, it said the etymology of the letter J. So that's why you can't spell Jew in it without nicknames or markings above, below.
You know what I think about this is that there is no African religion as atheist.
No, because they believe in ancestral. They have something that they look to higher than oneself, or one that is intertwined into in some form or another.
They tried to say that Egyptian society was an atheist society, but
it cannot be, because they had
yeah.
they had deities that they recognized, and they had offerings and rituals that they did in honor of these deities or entities. You can't do that.
Do you think it's about like climate? Maybe because of the people live in a cold climate, they tend to get further away from a belief in a God?
No, the people in a cold climate, they believe in something. It depends on your exposure to other societies that comes in that influences. Most wars started behind either sex or religion, and because everybody say their God is greater, and then you got a mass ball of fight going on, they're killing off each other. Always some kind of ideology. What is a heathen?
A heathen.
Yeah, we got all the these are heathens. Well, so because we don't follow life, so I guess you civilized, but you do more easonistic shit than anybody.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, so basically what we've learned today is that there is no J in the Hebrew language.
No.
So then how could they be considered a Jew? Number two, atheist is not of a African origin. So basically, if you are black and consider yourself an atheist, you're basically following after white ideology.
Back to slave master.
We've learned a lot so far today. I hope that you guys are following.
You know, we know what camels come from.
Yeah, camels come from North America, by the way. How in the hell did they get over to Africa? I don't know. I'm still wondering if they fly or maybe they had wings on them and flew over there. And because how did they get to over there all the way to Saudi Arabia? I'm like, what in the world?
I mean, I laugh when I say people, y'all don't know.
And what boat did they go over there on? Like somebody had to have been going back and forth to America.
It wasn't on a Noah's boat,
So wait, when was people? Wait a minute. How come there's no camels now? There's so many questions. Oh my god! Why aren't there camels in the United States anymore? Did they get all the camels? Oh my god! There's so many questions. I have so many questions about the camels. Like, how in the hell did the camels get over to Africa and all the way to the desert?
Watch out!
Hey, what's up, Zion?
Hey,
Zion. The camel.
Listen, I had a connection last night. You know what I'm saying, with you, but I'm good. I'm good now.
Honey, I don't even remember what the hell was even going on. So I'm like,
I had clipped that one part of that video. Pardon self, Bob. I don't mean to, you know what I'm saying.
That's all right, man. Hey, man, look, Zion. I love you, bro. I love you.
I love you too, man. You already know, Elder.
We need young people like you. We need young people like you to stand up for something. You understand?
Right.
And I admire you. Yeah, but come on now. Shit. We got a long ways to go and got a whole lot of battles to fight. In the war,
yeah, no, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes we, you know what I'm saying, as family, you know what I'm saying, we fall out. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
like, listen. The DJ Genesis, don't take it the wrong way. Me and my mom ain't talked for a while either. So
right. Hey. I don't even know what even went on.
Yeah, no, I had clipped that one part where I was trying to interject and then you kind of cut. You had loud, you know, it wasn't you that had cut me off. It was me and you know what I'm saying, the lovely Queen 6'2", and we were going in, you know, so, and I was trying to get my point across about the 14th Amendment situation, and you know, tensions were getting up, and then you muted me, and then, you know what I'm saying, like totally disregarded me, like, oh, we got another person on the panel.
I didn't mute you.
Oh yeah, you did. I muted you. I got the clip. Yes, you did. And I watched it like 5 times before I decided to delete you. I was so offended, yo. I was like, why would you do that,
man? Well, that's family. That's family.
I don't know.
Yeah, I got upset. So I'm gonna unblock you and add you back. I'm sorry, but yeah, last night I had a. You know what I'm saying? I watched it like
I think I blocked you back. I don't even know why.
And the more I watched it, the more upset I got with it. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, you know what? I said I couldn't hang up the phone on her right then. So the only thing I could do was
right.
Yeah,
listen, I don't even know. I was like, I don't know what the hell's going on anyway, but I'm blocking. Block for a block. Shit, I don't even know.
Yeah, I ain't about cussing nobody out, nothing like that. I don't want to get into that spot. That kind of, you know what I'm saying, start trying to, you know what I'm saying, minimize nobody, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I was tight about that. You know what I mean? We'll talk about it.
I apologize.
Yeah, man.
I appreciate that. No, because when you apologize, you know, it was almost freaking the way you did it. That's really what really upset me, is like I'm sorry, damn, Zion. You know, and I was like, oh, if you're gonna apologize, be earnest in your apology. You know what I'm saying? But it didn't seem earnest. So it was almost like he was just, you know what I'm saying, like patronizing me. And that's the part that I really got upset about.
Listen, let me tell you something. If anything, I am being I might be being like joking or like funny or, you know, like joking or whatever.
Yeah. Nah, because I snapped, and I've curbed that behavior for quite some time. It took me a moment, but then when you was like, "Oh yeah, we got another person on the panel, what you got to say?" and I'm like, I didn't even get finished with my dad going. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't going into a thesis or a dissertation. I just was interjecting, and I kept getting cut off. And then you came in and added another sister on the panel, and then went to go talk to her, muted me so that you could address her, and then I snapped like, yo, I wasn't even going to say nothing. I literally got silent.
Oh, you're talking about that part when the girl came up.
And then Cube was the one who freaking daggone was like, why can't the brother finish his statement? And that made me even, I was like, yeah, why not? My eyes started bulging and everything. I was like, what the fuck?
You know what? I didn't want her to leave. A lot of times I don't be wanting people to leave, like, because they'll come up, and if people get too entrenched in a conversation,
no, I wasn't going to be long.
People will like leave off of the panel.
But I was trying to get my point out, and so it was extra frustrating. You know what I'm saying? Queen cut me like a couple of times, and I was trying to get, you know what I'm saying, just my statement out. You know, and I don't even, you know what I'm saying, me and Cube really don't get along. If you ever seen our history on YouTube, me and Cube be banging, yo. So at that point, it wasn't biased. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't agreeing him because he's another dude on the panel, or because I'm cool with him. Because, you know what I'm saying? That's the last thing, you know what I'm saying, that me and him ever really do, besides when we talk about fathers' rights or something like that. But so yeah, that's how I got tight, man. And I had a couple of drinks, you know what I'm saying? So I had
me too. I don't even remember.
I had the spirit of I had the spirit of you know what I'm saying, of Chongo, or
I had the beard. That's what
Chongo came down on me. I was like,
hey, what the hell are you blocking? I'm like, what?
Yeah, but anyway, man.
Yeah,
love you, bro. Love you, man.
I love you too, DJ Genesis.
I think everybody had a few was sauced up on the last.
Yeah, everybody was saucy. Yo, listen, man. The other elder held me. The other elder, you left. You fell asleep. The other, and I didn't want to just be rude and just leave, right? So the dude was. He was just going.
Music scene and whatever.
And I was over here ready to pass out. But I was like, let me just, you know what I'm saying, you know, interact with him. Keep, you know what I'm saying, while you're not on the show, I'm gonna, you know what I'm saying, still facilitate it, even though I knew it was like going a little longer than what it should have. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying, that was crazy. And when he started getting a little froggy in there with the lady, talking about the ladies and stuff, I was like, yeah, it's my time to go, because you know I don't do that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we still got that work that we're gonna do, the legal stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to deflect from where you're going, Elder. We're talking about ancient Greece and the divinities and stuff like that, the religious Western religions co-opting, you know what I'm saying, African faith, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And we
did talk a little bit about the homeless stuff too, because
what we're dealing with now,
character and stuff. Go ahead.
War Child, is the fact that there is a major move to depopulate, and they're using this thing, illegal immigrants, and the next thing used called the homeless roundup, right? And the thing they're doing is all about the report from Iron Mountain, and a lot of folks have never read that report. And I had Genesis pull it up, and it's a long article, but it started back under the Kennedy administration, where they got these things to depopulate the population and bring it down, because the big fear now is that the earth is overpopulated, we're going to run out of food. But that's not the deal. The whole deal is that the Zionist wants to rule the world, and that's the Zionist movement. And a lot of people don't realize, and we were laughing at the thing that they want to call you anti-Semitic. And when we look the word up, it only means anti-language. It don't have nothing to do with it.
Right. Because Semitic is not a people, it's a language. And then on top of that, it doesn't just refer to Jews, it refers to all Afro-Semitic languages. You know what I'm saying? So you can't you can't be anti, you know what I'm saying, Semitic and be an Israelite, number one, or a Muslim. You know what I'm saying? How you anti-Semitic if you're Muslim and you speak a Semitic language. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or Ge'ez or Amharic, you know what I'm saying? Ethiopian.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I come from a more Ethiopian Judeo-Christian tradition, you know what I'm saying? And I practice, you know what I'm saying? I don't say come
Right.
from, but I practice, you know what I'm saying? So how can I be anti? I just today, I
I
was
can
riding.
myself.
Yeah, I was just riding past.
Myself.
I saw a family of Hasidic Jews, you know what I'm saying? And as I'm riding, you know what I'm saying, the father, you know what I'm saying, the elder guy, he got his kids and his wife and stuff over there, and they had their fringes and everything on. And I looked at him and I said, you know what I'm saying, he looked at me like he was a little nervous. And I said, Shalom Mishpaka. And the smile on his face when I said that,
Right.
it was amazing. You know what I'm saying? Like he was like, at first he looked like who's this dude? You know what I'm saying? I have my son on the bike too. So, you know what I'm saying? Two dreadlock guys, you know what I'm saying, riding on an e-bike. And when I smiled at him, I said, Shalom, Mishpaka. And the smile on his face, he said, Shalom, Shalom. You know? So, you know, I'm not about all that banging and stuff. I'm definitely not anti-Semitic. My martial arts instructor, you know what I'm saying? We call it, he goes by Rick Kellerman, but his born name is Mordecai Kelberman. You know what I'm saying? He's an Ashkenazi Jew, you know what I'm saying? So I studied Judaism and Chinese martial arts and Chinese tradition underneath him. You know what I'm saying? I consider him my second dad, you know what I mean? So, you know, it's not about race for me until you become racist. And then I'm going to call you all kinds of frecklebacks and pink. You know what I'm saying? I'll go all the way in there. Pasties. Sorry, you know, it's all my dad go epithets. But
yeah, but we were going through that because I was telling them that they have a thing of protection for those people that, and then they'll say, well, you know, you've been anti-Semitic. I said, how can I be anti-language when it's Asiatic and go so far on? So I said, but they got society, they're scared of the word because of the primitive they put behind it. You know? Right. And that's where the thing comes in. And we have never done anything to put a protection around our culture. Well, folks just do what they want to do. And that's what bothers me. We will let everybody will protect them, but we don't protect ours. Right.
And that's what I'm saying. Like that, you know, when I see how brazen and like the total disregard by, you know what I'm saying, white racists and stuff like that in these chats and in the comment sections on Facebook, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you know, black people really don't know how to fire back. You know what I'm saying? Yo, listen, when I fire back and I use all my little racial slurs, my you know what I'm saying, reverse racism on them, you know how many freaking white racists or white supremacists turn around and humble up? You know what I'm saying? They be like, oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? You got the color of boo-boo and this, that, the other, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, hold on, man. Bro, last time I saw bird shit was white. You know what I'm saying? Like you go and I start flipping it back on them. And then all of a sudden, one dude said, you know what, man? I like you. I said, why? Because I could just be as hateful as you are. For real.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying? I try not to do that, but you know what? What they say, the best medicine sometimes for a venom, the cure for the venom is the venom itself.
Yes. But you know, the hard thing about that, war child, is this: if you understand the caste system or the system that's in the so-called white race, you got Anglo-Saxons, they call what Dago and all that, you know, and you hit them with those names because one thing a Caucasian, he do not like being called Anglo-Saxon. I mean, he falls apart, and I've tried that. Or you what we call it, mutanoid, all this kind of stuff.
Right. I use the term euranthropoid. That's another one of my terms, euranthropoid. You know what I'm saying? Mutanoid. You know what I'm saying? I use all those terms.
Yeah, well, I get all that kind of stuff, man. Look at man, you gotta be joking. You know?
Right.
Yeah, but back what we're saying, what we gotta look out for now, there is a major play being made. And I tell people all the time, we look too much at Trump. Trump is an agent being orchestrated by an energy to challenge us to find about our state of captivity. And we are in a mental and physical state of captivity. And if we ain't very, very careful, we'll get swept up in the what we call cultural casualty list. And that's the problem we have to be watching out for in my book that I'm seeing. Through the years of dealing with these movements, all the set down marches and boycotts and anything, and we're still back to square one. And we're leaving our young people unprotected with no way to defend themselves. You either submit, surrender, or you go the next step. And we need people like you that's willing to stand, that really have a sincere desire for us to survive. Because a lot of our old folks either got tired, sold out, compromised, and we shit. Let them have it. But you cannot do it. You cannot do it. We owe it to you all to give you some things to work with, so when the enemy raises his head, you can knock him off. All the time, you don't need a gun. You might need a
So watch this, Elder. You know what I'm saying? And this is the funny thing, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know what I'm saying, as a, you know, a Rastafari Jew, Rastafari Israelite, you know what I'm saying? I wear my fringes. I didn't wear my fringes today, but I wear my fringes and sit, you know, and sometimes, you know what I'm saying, I'll wear a yarmulke, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm getting a little, you know what I'm saying, you know, I'm 50, 51, and getting a little bald and a little in the back. You know what I'm saying? It's all right. You know what I mean? But so now I flip it on them, because if you say something about me, you anti-Semitic now. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a Jew. Listen, I'll turn all of they freaking, because they gained all of those daggone defenses, you know what I'm saying, from our civil rights movement. You gotta remember, the Jews were very, very heavily involved, you know what I'm saying, in the civil rights movement. You know what I'm saying? Even though they were in the back shadows, you know what I'm saying, and put black folks on the front line, you know what I'm saying, you know, getting sprayed with hoses and bottles and stuff tossed and spit at. You know what I'm saying? We was on the front lines, you know what I'm saying, you know, the Ashkenazi Jewish community was riding on those coattails, and they was playing, you know what I'm saying, their chess game in the background, you know what I'm saying? So if they got a chance, so guess what? You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna use those protections too. Guess what? You know what I'm saying? You call me a nigga, you're anti-Semitic. You know what I'm saying? You in trouble now.
Yeah, and that's how you have to do it. You gotta
does the anti-defamation only focus for Jews, or are they a part? They help out.
Yes, it's focused towards Jews. They use that term anti-Semitic specifically for Jews, because if I said something negative about an Arab, nobody would say that I'm or Muslim. Nobody would say that I'm anti-Semitic. If I call them towel heads and camel jockeys, nobody's gonna say that I'm anti-Semitic.
No, right, but I'm saying the Anti-Defamation League, is that
that's their defense for protecting their
the Jews were heavily involved in the NAACP. If they didn't they establish it, Bobby?
Yeah. They were financed and it was established. You got to go back to when it first started up. It was called the Niagara movement, and then this Jewish lady got involved and called it NAACP, and they financed and moved a lot of that. And you're definitely right, called the Niagara movement. But it's got they've been in the background behind a whole lot of things, because they were benefiting off of our strides. You understand?
Right.
And we realize that.
Right. And so why not utilize, you know what I'm saying? I mean, this is
like
warfare, it's strategy. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So if you want to play that war game,
the Anti-Defamation League and get help?
It depends on what you're up against. You know, the Anti-Defamation League is their legal department that do all the illegal fighting, and then they got a hit squad in there. Because one of my buddies wrote a book about the life of David, and they came after him for writing and telling that the story that the real Jerusalem is in South America. It's called Yerushalayim in South America near Sun City. And he got the document. There's a book, a war child, called When Rocks Cry Out. Have you heard of it?
No, I've heard of it, but I'm not familiar with the content.
The author is a personal friend of mine. His name was Horace Butler. He's from Grand Prairie, Texas. He wrote the book When Rocks Cry Out. And I wrote the book The Other Side of Slavery: The Untold Story. So we both got books out there.
Right.
So what he did was,
yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna ask the question. I don't want to deflect on where you're going.
And when he wrote the when rocks cry out, rocks cry out, guy named is Horace Butler, and he lives in Grand Prairie, Texas. He did the whole thing on the misconception of the Bible concerning the history of the true movement of our people. And he talking about Israelites and all that. He goes deep dive into it, and he's got the documents and maps.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, right. Now I was going to ask you, because I've heard a lot of discussion about, Israelite culture, or what I'm saying, Black Jews, what I'm saying, in Africa, being a part of or the cultures in like West Africa, like throughout the transmigrations, what I'm saying, the transmigrations, certain African Jews, or even Black Jews transmigrating into the West, and even being a part, or integrating into West African IFA and Yoruba culture. You know what I'm saying? Do you have any knowledge on that?
To that, when the story said when Oduduwa left and came to the sub-Sahara, coming out, going into West Africa, he came through the Palacian territory all the way to what they call Oyo State, where the North people was, and that is true. That is true. And they and then in the 1800s, when they decided to create a language, it was done by a guy by the name I.J. Crowther, wrote it, and it's based on biblical Hebrew, on the Bible and biblical Hebrew. Yeah. So that was the language.
Is that like the Igbo and the Bantu tribes, and
yes,
their claims of their Judaic roots as well?
Yes, sir. And everybody can claim their Judaic roots based on that, to give them a written history. But it's deeper than that, because but we're trying to find an identity. And when they got in there, they embraced it. The guy's name was King Urumia. He was the one that really pushed the concept. And later on, Crowther came along after leaving the Anglican Church. He put together the alphabets and the grammar that they use today. That's how it got started. His name is I.J. Crowther. You can pull him up. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and because and everybody wants to be considered the chosen people, and they grab these labels. Now I wore what they call zigzags, fringe on all four corners.
Yes. I wear the TT. I didn't wear them today. That's why I was a little upset when I saw the Hasidics today, because I didn't have my fringes on.
And sometimes I wear my talib.
And I was like, I saw his son. I saw the dude's son, a young guy. You know what I'm saying? And they were cool. Like a lot of Hasidics are very angry, or hateful towards Black. These guys, they weren't. You know what I'm saying? They smiled at me. Even the young guy, you know what I'm saying? He was, I guess, his son or something like that. Had a whole van full of his family over there. And he had his white on, and he had his yarmulke, and he had his tzitz, tidzies on. And I was like, man, I'm about to make my son wear his.
With the ZTs, and we used to wear them all the time. I got movies and pictures and things with that, my talib and my and my kufi. I mean,
right.
Cap and all that.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think, it's similar to how, like my father in his tradition in the IFA, he would wear his lakeys. You know what I'm saying? These are very powerful, sacred symbols. You know what I'm saying? To remind you, you know what I'm saying, and they're, you couldn't touch nobody's freaking, they lakeys, you know what I'm saying? You don't touch nobody's lakeys, you know what I'm saying? Those are anointed, and they're blessed, you know what I'm saying? My father would put them on his altar, you know what I'm saying? He had an altar in his house, and my auntie also, his sister, God bless her, you know what I'm saying? My Aunt Pat, she also had an altar, you know what I'm saying? She was the one who was doing the sacrifices and stuff.
The strange thing, that it was the Hebrew movement that carried me to IFA.
Right.
Yeah, when I began to study the oracles and things, and how that in Exodus, where Yah gave the commandment for them to use the Urim Thummim to divine with, communicate with.
Yes, sir.
And that's where I got my grip from, because at one point it claimed that he took away the ephod. Well, the Urim Thummim was always inside the ephod, the breastplate of the priesthood.
Yeah,
and after King David ran into the problem with the Philistines there, and Samuel and went to the prophet, and he got the He wouldn't say, "Give me the ephod." Well, what it wasn't so much the ephod with the thing, what was inside the ephod that he
Yes,
divined with and got the answer.
right. Same thing with like the bata drum. The bata drum,
right.
they put you know what I'm saying, I don't know what all of the mystical stuff they put inside of it, you know what I'm saying, but then you have to wrap it, you know what I'm saying, string it a certain way, you know what I'm saying, it's played on both sides, it's two-sided drum, and but it's anointed, and no, not just anybody can play that drum.
No.
You know what I'm saying, and you know, evoke, you know what I'm saying, the orisha.
Right.
Not just anybody. You have to actually be initiated, and that's why, you know, my father, as he was an olubata because he was initiated in the drumming. You know what I'm saying? And so he was able, like certain people, like, you know, you're not just going to have somebody come and play a rhythm. You know what I'm saying? When you're doing, you know, sacred rites, and you know what I'm saying, you have to have specific drummers who are anointed in those areas, and like, you know, certain drums are played for different orisha, you know what I'm saying, specific drums. You can play conga for this, that, and the other, but I think obatala, you know what I'm saying, like the bata drum is only for specific orisha, and it has to be played a certain way. If you're not playing it right, you can mess everything up, you know what I'm saying, and bring bad vibes on everybody. You know,
and also the spirit of the drum is called Anna.
Yeah, well, you know, and
what's it called? What's it called, sis?
Anna.
Which one? The bata, the double-headed drum?
The actual spirit of the drum is called Anna.
Can see, I just learned something.
And like I said, and then that one we call, when you squeeze and you beat, called a talking drum, to bring it down certain
energy. Yes.
But see, like I said, but with all this we have, but a lot of our folks are wrapped up in traditions and customs. We're not using the power to alter the vibration in the universe to bring us to a collective. So we're so busy trying to be got this God complex where I'm gonna save the world, but we can only save it by unification. You understand?
I agree. I absolutely agree. Absolutely,
you know, and because one man can't do it. It takes a group of us coming together, unifying our energy.
Right. And this is why I'm debating with the, you know, with the so-called pseudo killers, and they're, you know, saying attacking, you know, saying faith, you know what I'm saying. And so I had did recently, you know what I'm saying, we were going back and forth, me and Cedric Ortega, you know what I'm saying, we've been going back and forth with the battle rap before we go and do our debate. And I pointed out, I said, you know what I'm saying, you going over here trying to remove the faith behind and replace it with science alone. Not that I'm against science. Science is very important, but, you know what I'm saying, to the human spirit, to the human consciousness, to the social unity and social connection, that's where the religion and the practice, you know what I'm saying, and it brings order and unity. And when you take that out, it's like taking, you might as well throw all your seasonings out and throw some raisins in your potato salad. You ain't, you know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you said.
You're gonna take all of the flavor out of everything, right?
Yeah. So, and that's, I think we lack in cultural cohesiveness across the boundaries of should I say, traditions or clans or what you want to call it, for us to survive. We got to create a confederation.
AN. Okay, got you.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
AN. Yeah.
Confederation. A confederation to be able to work at all points, because we can't be everywhere. So that's why we need to find a way. When they had the drum, they would talk across. The Indian used smoke signal. They used to talk across water with the drums. We got to find a way to get around the system. You know what I liked about when the war was going on, they called in the Navajos to help them, because China, they were figuring out breaking the code. But the code talkers came in from the Navajo tribes to help them win. So we got to create a language for us to communicate with that the enemy don't understand.
Right. That's what they did with the drum, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They would talk, you know what I'm saying? Like, so they would play these big, huge drums, even they still do to this day in Africa, but especially if there was war, or there was some form of unified ritual, so people who were at the distance could hear the drum, and
Right.
the drum would talk to them, let them know whether warfare was coming or whether it was time for everyone to come together, you know what I'm
Right.
saying, and break bread, and you know what I'm saying, and practice certain traditions. You'd hear the drum across the plains, across all the rolling hills. You'd hear all of these drums, and it had a language to it. And those that language is what they have used. I don't know if y'all know this, but the with the drumming, it's the algorithms, right? That they actually started using with computers. And so sis, when you was talking about how we actually had created a form of AI prior to all of this computer technology, absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
Look,
Through the drums, through the rhythms, yes. Yep.
Right there, Pele. That's
algorithmic with the braiding of hair, all that stuff had algorithm in it. But when you're talking about the drumming, you know what I'm saying, you had the tone, bass, you know what I'm saying, your lug, which is, you know what I'm saying, like the muffled sound, you know what I'm saying, all of those sounds within a mathematical time frame was a form of algorithm.
And that,
you know what's so crazy is that when you think about it, now this stuff is used to go to clubs and to party and get drunk on, and people don't even realize the club is a ritual itself. That's going to the club, you're going to an actual ceremony.
Oh yeah, yeah. But you know what I'm saying, what spirit is in there? That's the question.
You got the alcoholic spirits, you got all the different types of alcohol spirits up in there. You got
right.
Yes, a lot of, and you know, and then that music is tuned to a certain frequency,
right,
to bring out a certain thing. So
certain kind of energy. Yep, you know.
Yeah, you know, that's what we're talking about today. So what we've got to do now is go back and, like you said, when anything come into this dimension, it has to come with permission. So when this thing come into existence, what we need to come, and what was the purpose? Because he came with a purpose and an assignment. I told him up there, I said, whether we like it or not, this dude we call him Trump, what's behind him came with a purpose and an assignment. We got to find out more about his birth and his vibration and what Orisha or what energy is behind him. Then you can be able to do it's like understanding how to taking your blood type and figuring out your history, then how it can we can control you or defeat you or empower you. And a lot of folks don't realize that's why they do a lot of blood testing to find out what's in it. You know, and then they find a way how they would defeat us. And I was not laughing, but when I go to the barber shop, you know, I'm clean, but I make the barber sweep whatever I had is sweep it up in the pile, give it to me, and then I make him clean the chair before I sell it. Because you don't want to transfer energy to other people or pick up their energy. And our hair, and I love when I'm looking at your dreads, those are antennas. They pick up information. It transmits information. It's our connection to those other portals. See? Yeah. So,
you know,
and people don't realize that.
Right. You know, and then you have these guys coming, oh, that's pseudo. You
I don't care what you call it.
Then you turn around and find out that this is the same kind of ideal that they're using with even computers. So how pseudo is it really?
Yeah, right.
Let me look.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me show you what I just did. I just asked ChatGPT. I wonder if we did we already do Trump already? Who did we say he came up underneath?
No, but I would love to go back and get his and do him, because you need to go and do what Donald Trump come under to find out what's working behind it.
Yeah, but look, this is what ChatGPT said. He said it said Shango and Oya.
Need to check it. Introducing your religion.
If it matches up, I know something.
You gotta toss some Obi on that. I don't think.
Yeah.
But I'm like, if ChatGPT is able to figure that shit out, I'd be like, what the fuck is going on with this? What's happening here?
It says this is represent natural element, human rights, social. It cannot customary to assign or reach the public like figure. The hell you can't without a proper spiritual consulting. The hell you can't. If he has a birthday The time we arrive on scene, oh yes, you can. See, that's what people don't realize. You can definitely check him out because he didn't come here. He came here as a alleged infant, and when he arrived on the scene, he came with a purpose, and that comes under that particular Odu. And I think that was in the IFA because he came with the white, not white man, but a spirit called the white man spirit, which is an energy. It ain't the color of his skin, it's an energy. It came in under. Hold on a minute. Let me.
Let's do Donald's. Let's figure out what he came in under right now. Let's figure that out.
Okay.
Let me find out what his birthday is. Okay, June 14th, 1946.
Let me.
So
Now
you got your calculator, Zion.
You cannot use the Gregorian calendar. You got to go through the lunar calendar, as it says in the scriptures, Psalms 104, verse 19, that the moon is for the seasons. So we got to find out what the season was.
Right. The lunar, right? We go by the lunar, which is what would be considered like the actual first day, right? Which is the new moon. And so from that point on is how you actually calculate. Now, we've got a lot of people arguing about the Shabbat or the Sabbath being on, you know what I'm saying, the seventh day, you know what I'm saying, but they don't go by the solar, if they're not going by the solar lunar calendar. Not that, because I practice my Saturday Shabbats. Not, and I feel that I'm safe with that, even if it's not, because it's like 50 something out of every year. There's 53, I think, or 54 lunar new moons that land on a Saturday. You know what I'm saying? So and that's not the only freaking Shabbat. You know what I'm saying? 7 days after the new moon, you get a quarter moon, and then after that, you get a full moon, and then after that, it goes. You see what I'm saying? There's four quarters to the lunar. So I do acknowledge when I see a new moon that it's the first day.
Yeah, right.
You understand what I'm saying? And then calculate my Shabbats from that. But because, you know, we're going by the Gregorian calendar, you know what I'm saying? And we're using the Saturday is my Shabbat. You know what I'm saying? The practice, but it's not really the spiritual Shabbat. It's not the biblical Shabbat.
No,
if it's not, unless it's on a new moon, a half moon, a full moon. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It falls on those 7. You know what I'm saying? So that's how you really calculate your real biblical Shabbats. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, I practice my Saturday. So Friday sundown. You know what I'm saying? To Saturday sundown. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Okay, let's do this, Genesis. Let's look at what day the 14th fell on in 1946. What day did? Because right now, with June the 13th. It's the 4th house, and that's in Yemujah. So let's go back and see what day the 14th fell on in 1946. What day of the week? What day of the week did
Friday.
On Friday. So that's Shango.
That's crazy. That what the hell? So ChatGPT is.
But we ain't through yet.
Now
we because it depends what time of day, you know, because sunset to sunset, we don't do midnight. Is that right, Zion? Warchild? It's evening to evening, right?
Say that again.
Evening to evening, not midnight to midnight, right?
Evening to evening, yes.
Yeah. So you got to catch at what time he was born that day. Because if it was after 6 o'clock, then he's going into another period, another day.
Right. It's going into another day. So it's when the sun sets. You know what I'm saying? Not the witching hour.
Midnight. No. Yeah. So that's going to be the thing. So he's called between, but he's still called in the month of Yemujah. So let's go.
So is that what they call Nisan or right? In the Hebrew, right?
Okay.
Nisan.
So let's just for right now, just say it's Friday for right now.
Right. Well, he's talking about the first month though, right? Also, right?
I'm talking the fourth
Begins in
month here. This is the fourth month.
Okay,
Uh,
okay.
the fourth month. Yeah. Because the first month would be Nissan Abib. You know.
Abib, yes.
So we're gonna deal with the Yemenah. So we're going to let's go with like it is.
This is where I really want to go. Like I want to see, like, you know, I want to, you know, look at the Yoruba, you know what I'm saying, the IFA, and juxtapose with the biblical, you know what I'm saying, you know, holy days and stuff like that. I would really love to see how that works. You know what I mean?
What you do, you get the calendar, and with your knowledge of mathematics, you're able to label it out and bring it around, because
we're about to do it right now. You're about to see us do it live.
This, I designed this in 2000. I designed this whole work and the whole information. This was I was given by the ancestors doing the 2000 during the winter solstice, and they said they was offering up what they call IFA for the new millennium for this diaspora to get us back on track, because everybody else was chasing, but they want us on point because it's going to take the indigenous people of descent of to bring things back in balance. So we got to bring it back to the 13th, because a lot of folks claim to be the zodiac sign like Sagittarius and Scorpio, right? But there's a body they skip over in the Greek called Ophiuchus. They skip over because, and it says between Scorpio and Sagittarius, and the sun and everything's in it for 18 days. So how do you eliminate 18 days out of your schedule and be correct? You hear that?
Say it again.
Sagittarius and Scorpio. There is a celestial body between the both of them. How do we skip over that?
Yeah,
Ophiuchus. And then the answer is called Osamara, the great healer. It is the link between the celestial and terrestrial, between the earth and heaven. So how are you going to eliminate that? Because of its 13th position being effeminate, and it's androgynous energy. We'll get to that later. So yeah, with your knowledge that you have the moons, the 13-month calendar, you put that together, and then you line out the dates based on, because according to the thesis of Shem, last year to this year, things ain't gonna change until the next Passover of a full moon. Right now, it's gonna be turbulence all the way up to that. And, are you familiar with the book called The Pseudepigrapha, Volume 1 and 2?
Yeah,
Zion?
I've studied some of it. I didn't read the whole entire thing yet, but I know.
Do you have it in your library?
I have pseudepigrapha in my my tablets library. You know,
okay, You want?
I don't have the actual physical copy.
But look up the thesis of Shem. The thesis of Shem. It gives you what happened every time we go through these different seasons under various celestial signs, and what takes place under that sign. You follow me? It's called the thesis of Shem.
Thesis of Shem.
Of Shem, yeah.
And that's pseudo
pseudepigrapha, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's volume 1. It might be volume 2, but it's under one of the. I have both volumes in my library.
Thesis of Shem, pseudepigrapha. The thesis of Shem is a significant pseudepigrapha that offers insight into the astrological practice within early Judaism, and it is an astrological text that describes the character. Now, you know, here's the interesting thing, because whenever I argue, like prophecy, especially Revelation, right? Like ever since I was a kid, I was always attracted to Revelation, where everyone else is attracted to, you know what I'm saying, Acts and the Gospels and the epistles. I've always been a revelator, you know what I'm saying, so to say. So when I read from Revelation 11 into Revelation 12, I see the actual astrological symbolism with the two twins, the two witnesses of Revelation. That's the two twins. And then when you go over to Revelation 12, you start seeing Revelation 12 starts off. There was a sign and wonder in the heavens, a woman clothed with the sun, a crown of 12 stars above her head, and the moon beneath her feet. All of that is astrological. And then from that woman, that's Virgo, right? So we know that that the two witnesses is going from Gemini, right? And then, you know, saying reaching in, you know, we got the line of the tribe of Judah and all of that symbolism, right? Through Leo into Virgo, and then from Virgo into you know, the dragon. Oh wait, the son, the child that was supposed to be born, who was to rule with a rod of iron. That is Libra, right? The scales with justice, right? And then from there, there is a dragon that is supposed to devour the child, right? At the bottom of her feet, waiting, you know what I'm saying, to devour the child of justice, which is Libra. That is Scorpio, right? Scorpio is in their lore wasn't a, you know, necessarily a scorpion. They looked at it as a serpent or a dragon, right? A serpent in biblical lore doesn't necessarily have to be a snake. Right.
Okay, come on.
Right. So then from there, all of a sudden, that dragon is slain. What comes after the scorpion? Freaking Sagittarius. Sagittarius has the bow. So
but go back.
Yeah.
When you would remember, you got Sagittarius, then you got, but they skip over Ophiuchus, then go to Scorpio. Why?
I don't know.
That's what you got to check, because that's where the imbalance came in the celestial realm. You can't skip over,
because they're technically like 13 months.
It's 13 months,
not 12.
Not
so
12.
we cut out a whole astrological sign.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. And in the book it tells you in the book of Enoch, it says that it's 13 months, 28 days.
So what is that? What did you said? Say it again. Yucca what?
It's called. They call it Ophiuchus.
Ophiuchus.
Yeah, look him up. Look him up. He says between Scorpio and Sagittarius.
So what is what? Here's the interesting thing, because I want to know how this plays into Revelation. What is its attribute?
It is the serpent. The man holding the serpent, slaying the serpent. Look him up. Please put him up, Genesis, because see, these things would mess up. We're totally out of sync because of the Gregorian calendar and the Julius Caesar Babylonian zodiac. They took out and they added something in it that's not authentic, and we've been living on a false matrix for all of these years while we're out of balance. Go ahead and read War Child. From the thesis of Shem, bitch, you got it there. Please read it.
Hold on, let me see here. It says it's a rejected Ryland Saraic MS-44. I'm not on my tablet right now because it's charging. My tablet has the pseudepigrapha in it, and quite a few other you know, what do you call it? Text. You know what I'm saying? Like Ethiopian text.
Me getting mine with. But I want you to read people.
Yeah, I want to read it, but I don't know where to find. Hold on. See, this is CPD.
You'll find it. No. The thesis of Shem.
I got thesis of Shem up here, but I'm not seeing the full text. They're trying to charge me, even though I have the actual PDF on my tablet. My tablet's been acting up, and so it's on the charger right now.
Okay,
but so Ophiuchus, as you can see right here.
Can you pull it up, sis? You got it.
This is Ophiuchus right here, right there.
Ophiuchus, a constellation often referred to as the serpent bearer.
Located
on the celestial equator between Libra and Aquila, right? Aquila. It is also sometimes considered the 13th zodiac sign, the 13th month.
Yeah.
Okay. Between Scorpio and Sagittarius. Ah,
Yeah.
What
In
is it
a
Right,
called?
part
so
of the office
The thesis
associated
of
with
Enoch?
huh?
What was it called? The thesis of who? Enoch?
It's called the thesis of Shem, and it talks about when the season falls, at the equinox falls at a certain time, or when there's a celestial
The
alignment.
treatise of Shem. Okay, the treatise of Shem.
Yeah, the thesis of, so
thesis,
there was a
thesis.
celestial alignment this year that fell at the equinox,
Okay.
and they tells you everything going to happen. It's happening just like it said it was.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Now, how does this play into with the IFA?
Because IFA talks about the actual Orisha that deals with certain planets.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, certain Orishas govern certain planets, like Shango, Abatala,
Right.
Ketum, etc. You know, and
Gotcha.
we deal with those Orishas, even though it's 401, there's 13 or better that deals in this realm.
Uh-huh. That's interesting because that also corresponds, with the Kabbalistic tree of life too. Even
That's
though
where
they only show you 11, they only show you 11 Sephiroth. They don't only show you 11 Sephiroth. Technically, Doth is supposed to be invisible, right? So
Right.
Doth is actually a 12th, and then they say that there's 2 more invisible ones at the base where Malkut is.
So, but this is where they got it from our, but not
Right.
not folklore, and it talks about it in there.
Right.
So all of this talks about the ionosphere.
Right.
Coming from the
Mystery
ionosphere,
systems.
yeah, from the ionosphere, you come to what they call the biosphere. From the biosphere to the technosphere. These
Right.
are steps that we fall through.
Right, like the Ein Sof, and then into
yeah, come on now.
From Keta into Hokmah into Bina
Yeah.
into etc.
Right. So this why it tied in. I came from Hebrew into IFA. I said, here's the connection. Here is the connection.
Can.
You know, and there was a wonder. Every time there's a wonder in the heaven, there's a celestial or lunar eclipse. It talks about certain predictions,
Right.
or certain prophecies going to take place.
Right.
What were those Ephah priests, the Levitical priests?
They all kind of the same way, because they are the interpreters of the law, or the interpreters of the let me slow down. They interpret the not only we call them the we call them Odus, but they interpret the what they call it, the
Signs?
well, that's the sign, but we got a word that we use in Hebrew, the
In Hebrew.
oracle. The
Oracles. Yes.
The oracle. Yeah, they interpret the oracles, and there's 613 of them, and they read every event.
Yes, the oracles are, yep.
613 of them.
Yes.
See, so like I told you about it, I just look like this.
Right.
Trust me.
Right.
I've dedicated my life to it. When I got in it, I went all the way in.
Can.
You see? So when I start seeing things, and isn't it odd that we go by a certain thing, but realize how did not it declare in Daniel 7:25, they're going to seek to change the law and the time?
Yes, I used that scripture the other day because, my mother said, my mother had sent me something on the July, you know what I'm saying, with the July, and August.
July, go ahead.
And then, she said something concerning the new year. So she was talking about the Rosh Hashanah. And I said, well, technically, there is no scripture in the Bible that names Rosh Hashanah or the autumn new year as the new year. Technically, if you go back to Genesis, I think it's Exodus, actually. Exodus 12 talks about the new year being in April at Abib and Nisan, which is the first month.
That's 12:1 and 13:4.
Yes. So where did you get where did they come up with this autumn new year, when
That came out of
April,
Babylon.
the spring, where everything is life is starting to rebirth, where literally in the scriptures it says that, you know, when you see the wheat and the you know what I'm saying, begin to become green again. You know what I'm saying? That is the new year, and that's right before Passover. So where did this Rosh Hashanah New Year come from?
It came
That's
from
not
Babylon.
biblical.
It came from Babylon when the Jews.
That's what they said. I found a source that says it comes from the worship of Marduk.
Right. So it came in the camp. Not only that, they changed it from that time to around October. They called it Nisan and got away from the word Abib.
Right.
Yeah, that's where it came from. And they shifted their time. So, and then if you follow that, you because they will lose their alignment. And that's what happened. These are not the real people. It tells you that. I think that's in Revelation. So they're
changing times. They're changing times.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So, yeah, go ahead.
No, that scripture. Daniel, what was it, Daniel again? Daniel what?
7:25.
7:25.
They should seek to against the Most High and change the law and times for a season and dividing of times. And then go on and talk about after that, he will be destroyed. He will come down. And this is why I've got Donald Trump at, because they seek to change the law and times. Not only under the Gregorian calendar, that's been the whole movement since 270 AD. Is to change the law and time. And he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change time and law. And they shall be given into his hand for until a time and dividing of time.
Yes, I
see. And that's the kicker right there.
Yep. Abib is Salih Ben Yah. Yes. Yep. That is the first month. The new year is actually Abib, which they call.
And the thing says, now let's go back. In Exodus 12:1, we spoke to Moses, unto you shall begin of the months and years unto you.
Yes.
Now, mind you, Egypt already had their calendar. He was starting them out fresh.
Yes.
Knew everything. When did a black man get his start out of slavery? A new start.
I don't
When we
know.
get our stuff, didn't get one.
Okay.
That's our problem. He had to put them on the right path because you've been in darkness so long. Your stuff is messed up. Your days of recognition, your days of honor. So I got to put you. So here it is, Exodus 12th chapter, verse 1.
Okay.
We might be going to have a little study here. Might as well.
Right. Exodus. Let's get it. Exodus. What is it? Exodus what?
Exodus 12:1.
12:1. Okay, Exodus 12:9. Now the Lord said unto Moses and Aaron. Now the Lord said unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, which would have Mizraim, right? Mizraim, right?
Yeah.
The month is the beginning. This month is the beginning of months for you.
Unto you.
It shall be for the first month of your year. I sent that to my mother. My mother got silent. She was like, no, the new year is here in Leviticus 23. The Passover to the Lord begins at the twilight of the 14th day of the first month. So how do y'all get an autumn new year? My mom didn't want to say nothing.
Now go to
upset with me about
it. Now go to 13 and 4.
Okay.
13:4.
My mother got upset with me about it. Why? Y'all, y'all love Christ because Christ was a rebel. Now all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm a rebel, like Christ, we got a problem.
But you know what? Here's the thing right here. Now, like
13:4, you said 13:4?
Yeah, but hold on, we'll stay where you are.
Okay.
Speaking to all the congregation, saying, in the 10th day of this month shall take them every man a lamb according to his house, and father a lamb. And the next thing it says, you roast it and eat it whole, guts and all.
Right.
Why? Because the lamb represented the God of Egypt. So I
Yes,
want you to let me know that you're destroying this because you're coming committed to me.
Right. The ram also represents the Aries sign, doesn't it?
I know, but he wants you to eat it guts and all and leave nothing. Why would you want to eat guts? Because I want to make sure that you no longer worship this thing that you followed for 400 years in Egypt.
Right.
See, the first thing to tell you deny your God and take up mine. This was the symbol, the sacrifice. Now go to Exodus 13:4.
Okay, it says dedication to the firstborn.
Let's go to
So
13.
Moses.
Go ahead.
Yep. You want me to read it in the King James?
Yeah, be fine. Yeah, 13:4. But
13 and 4. Here we go. This day came ye out of the month of Abib, and it shall be when the Lord shall bring thee into the land of the Canaanites and the Hittites and the Amorites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, which he sware unto thy fathers to give thee, a land flowing with milk and honey, and thou shalt keep this service in this month. Right.
Now,
so I'm at 6 now. 7 days shalt y'all eat unleavened bread, and in the 7th day shall be the feast unto the Lord. Unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days, and there shall be no leavened bread be seen with thee, neither shall there be leaven seen with thee in all thy quarters.
Now here's something I want you to look at.
That's good. Please. Right there.
Yeah, go back to 13:1-4.
Oh, am I in the wrong spot? 13.
No, you're good. No, look.
Okay,
look
okay. And the got you. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, sanctify me, all the firstborn, whatsoever openeth the womb among the children of Israel, both of man and of beast, it is mine. Okay. And Moses said unto the people, remember this day in which ye came out of Mizraim, out of the house of bondage. For by strength of the hand of Yahweh or Hashem brought you out from this place. There shall be no leavened bread eaten. This day came ye out of the month of Abib. Ken,
watch this. Do you not know, according to the Barada Shah, according to the birth of Jesus, he was born at this time?
Yes, and I pointed that out to my mother too.
He said because she just wouldn't say no. Yeah. Purification and sanctification, and she had to carry him before the priesthood in order to be named and circumcised for it to be received as being holy and sanctified unto the Most High.
So, if these were the priests and this was the way that their ceremonies were there similarities in all the ceremonies, like even with because all these places are around the same place, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Afro-Semitic, Afro meaning African, and Semitic meaning the language. But that's like, you know what I'm saying, from all of North and West Africa, they're going to share similar cultural traits, even though, like, for instance, with some of the other people, like the people in what do you call it? The Earl of Chaldea, you know what I'm saying? Those people had different gods, but they still acknowledged Yahweh, and all of those were a part of their pantheon. They just placed different emphasis on who they thought was higher than the other. You know what I'm saying? So even in Israel, Judaism is not a monotheistic religion. It's a henotheistic religion, meaning that they acknowledge that there are many other gods. They just choose to worship one.
Right. That's
why it's not that they don't acknowledge the other gods of the other people around them.
How many gods are in the Bible?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I couldn't even call it.
Come on, you'd be surprised. Matter of fact, according to the writers, it was 30,000 gods before Jehovah. 30,000 gods before Jehovah.
Wow.
So, like he said, you choose the one you're going to work with, and then you are bound to that, because the Most High says, and don't speak the name of any other God.
Covenant, yes, right. You're in covenant with that
or
one.
If you're going to be in a covenant with me, you can't run around with everybody else.
Right. It would be like if I got my obi tossed and my obi said that my head is, you know what I'm saying, Chongo, right? Mm-hmm. But now if I give offering unto, you know what I'm saying, another deity or another, you know what I'm saying, and start acting out of my head, that's going to be a bad look, y'all.
Right. Well, no, that's like a relationship. You're married to one woman, but you're running with another one.
Like
when he said you went a whoring after other gods in the book.
Right. Isn't that interesting? It doesn't with Babalu YA. Babalu YA, didn't he get like a syphilis or something because he was kind of doing the same similar thing, running around?
Yeah, I think the story of Babalu YA is like he was really good looking guy and he was very
Yeah, he was kind of, you know, he was like a slick, you know what I'm saying? And I think he had
he got syphilis.
He got syphilis, but at first I think he was married to, I don't know if it was not like the Yashabiyyah is like his above him, but he was married to one, or he's with one, and from what I remember, Babalu YA was kind of like he was kind of like the broken heart, and then like kind of wild out. The woman slept with somebody and cheated on him, you know what I'm saying, perfidious style, and you know what I'm saying. So Babalu YA, from what I remember, he was kind of like pining over that situation and kind of went out and started freaking kind of, you know what I'm saying, like sowing his wild oats. And then the syphilis thing kind of got attached to Babalu YA. Bobby Yasha, you know better than me.
No, but check this out. What about the story?
But isn't Babalu YA called Father, Lord of the Earth?
Is it? I'd go back and look it up. What got my attention? Isn't it ironic? The same thing happened to Hosea when God told him to go out and marry the woman.
Right. He had to stay with the. Come on, Baba, preach.
Well, the same Apache Keys told a different way.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. So I wasn't totally wrong with that. I might not have explained it the way.
But you on point. But that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Everything has a similarity, just a different actor on the stage carrying out the situation.
Right. And here's the interesting thing. You remember I Love Lucy, right? With Desi Arnaz. His Babalu.
Babalu IA. He was and he became rich honoring Babalu IA.
Right, but the whole show is actually the whole show is him with Lucy. And Lucy is like the you know what I'm saying, and he's always crying and pining over her. You know what I'm saying?
She was the redhead.
Nana Baruku is his wife. Is Babalu YA's wife.
But Nana Baruku is
the fresh water.
Nana Baruku is the great grandmother of all the Orishas. Nana Baruku is the grandmother of all the Orishas. Wow. She's the it. She is the it. And she don't play. You understand? There's, like I said, many similarities, just a different name on the label. You know, that's why IFA don't argue about what you believe.
Right. And even Job represents Ilegwa.
Yeah.
The similar story with Job getting all of those curses and losing and having sores and you know what I'm saying, and so you know that whole story corresponds Job, you know what I'm saying, and Ilewa.
I want to revert back to the pseudepigrapher, and I want to go back to that the thesis of Shem.
Yes, sir.
And because last when the so-called at the equinox, we had a solar eclipse. And when a solar eclipse happened, can you give me, if you can't find, I'll go get my book. Is that okay?
Go ahead, please. I can't. Yeah, I'm not going
to. Are we still going to do the Trump thing to break that down? We're going to still do that?
I don't know. You got to toss Obi on his ass. That's the only way he's really going to be, I'm sure. You know, you got to get a priestess to toss Obi on him.
No, we're doing the calendar thing so you can know what Orisha he came in.
Yeah, that's not really how you know your Orisha, though.
Actually, it is one of the ways. Yes.
Well, it could be one of the ways. I suppose. Baba, you muted, Baba. So from what I was taught, you know what I'm saying, you actually had to go to a priest or Babylao and have them toss Obi in order to know
I
for
know
sure
that's
what your Orisha is.
not to debate that, but I've been doing this a long time, and you
Yeah.
don't necessarily have to go. But there is a mathematical system built
Okay.
in we can look at that tells us everything we need to know. We got folks paying for stuff that really could be free if you know the process. Remember, knowing the process is the key. And we've learned through the years by dealing with other Babas and priestesses that we've been granted a way.
All right, so I was born August 22nd, 1974, and it was a Thursday, you know what I'm saying, which makes me a Yao and a Yao, like Yao, the name in the West African, at 11 a.m. close to 11 a.m. Somebody tell me what is my head?
You know, the thing about it, what you do with that is, I'm gonna do this and we'll come back, because what happens based on the month, on the celestial month, day of the week, not the other stuff, and the year, that number, that final number is your Odu, and it tells you what Odu you came in under, and then you find out what Orisha was governing your Ori at that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So how do we do it? Let's do it.
Yeah. So what we've got here is with Donald Trump, you got 4.
You got to delete that one.
Got it.
Just hit CE. Yeah, there you go.
You have 4. Then you got 14 plus 14.
How did I die?
Okay. Plus 1946. Add it up.
Let's hit the equal.
Okay.
1964.
Divided by 16.
What's the 16 number?
The 16 is the 16 major Odus.
Okay.
Take it to the lowest comes. So how many times was 16?
So it'll be 123. 123.
123. How many times? Yeah, how many times 16 going to 123?
Right, because it's past the, you know what I'm saying? If you round the number, it's 123.
You said lowest common, not highest, but okay.
Lowest common, but it was the lowest common denominator because the point was 75. 75 is past 50. If you go 50, right, you go
23.
Yeah.
So
you can say 22. So you can say 22. Let's try 22.
Can you?
Well, we gotta make sure we're right.
Well, let's look at both numbers. Let's look at the 23, 16, and then 22.
Okay.
Divide by 16. 7.625. And we wanted to round it to the lowest. It's just 7. If you rounding it up, then it's 8.
8, yeah. Okay. So that'd be 8. Set it aside because we're gonna look at that. Now, see, it's going to the Odu and look under the 8th Odu in the binaries, in the IFA binary system. The 8th Odu.
Okanron.
And okay. And it tells you, okay, and that is governed by Ogun.
Ogun.
Yeah. So he's born in the
war god. Yeah.
Yeah.
Iron and the rum.
Yeah. So that's that, you know, so that's what we got. And then that's his thing. It's war. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. And he's lacking the balance of the feminine energy of Yemu job because that's the 4 years there. And the day of the week would be Shango. So you got Yemiya and Shango being governed by Ogun.
Ogun. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I know a little something. I know a little something.
Yeah, you know a lot of something. It's not a little, but this is the system we came up with years ago that points out, and it ain't missed yet, man.
My dad would love this conversation. You don't even know, man.
It has not missed yet, bro.
My father would love.
I think that this is what we came up with before we found out that he he's not supposed to get on top of some
So
horses.
this is interesting because my father's head was Olubata, but when he got sick, it became Ilegua. And then his Obatala became his heart. I don't understand how that works. So he wore actual two different lakeys, two different color lakeys. Yeah, the white.
It depends on what house he was initiated to and
Right.
their rules of governing.
Gotcha.
That's what it comes in at.
Yeah.
And that's why we have a problem, because one house, we don't allow this. If you're going to be in this house or this, that, and other, but then there's a universal spirituality of Ifa that ain't tied to nobody's house that we practice. And it's called esoteric metaphysical Ifa. What we do just with the mathematics and the science behind the mathematics.
Okay.
So that way you're not obligated to you become servitude to a particular
Babalao.
You know what's so crazy is Okana is very tied, is very much tied to Shango as well.
Yes, so and as you learn all of this, you bring it in, you say, okay, because it's so much misunderstanding, conceptions, and stuff going on that people are confused and turned off. Well, you know, you got to have $10,000 for that when all I need is 50 cents. You know, because remember, the Orishas live within you from Jump Street.
Right.
See? So all you got to do is learn how to invoke. Note the word, not the word is to invoke the ancestors. You demand them to come and assist you, and you can do that. And
I would like to know mine if we could do the math on that, yo.
Go ahead. Yours? Want to do yours? You say?
If you don't mind. If you don't mind.
No, man, I don't mind. Hey, man, we here. Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Come on, goddess.
So yeah, 1974, August 22nd, the 22nd, and I'm on a Thursday.
You got you under Ochosi.
Ochosa,
the twin to Otane. So according to this, you are in the 6th house. You said August what?
22nd, the last day of Leo.
Yeah, because okay. Now according to this, you in the house of Ochosi, and you are in the 6th house. The root of 6th house. So let's go do the numbers.
Yes, sir.
First thing we're gonna get the month. That will be 6.
Right. No, it's 8. 8 is the 8th month.
In the celestial.
Oh, it's the 6th month in the. Okay, got you.
Okay, and the date plus
22nd. Oh, 1974.
Okay, yeah, plus 1974. Add it up. Okay, divided by 16.
125.
125. Okay, let's see. Divide 16 to 125.
Do you want to take that that other 125 out?
Yeah. Because now we're at 782. So that's gonna be what?
9. I mean 8. 8.
8. Is that gonna be 8? Watch out.
125 divided by 16 equals 7, right? 0.8. Which are we rounding it to
8?
8?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, round it to 8.
Round it to 8. So 8.
What is the 8 Odu?
Okanron.
So would it be 8 Odu? Okay, Okanron. So
was it the same one as Trump?
Yep, Ogun, warrior.
No.
So you're Ogun. You have an Ogun.
I got an Ogun too. That makes sense. For all the weapons I have in my apartment, all the swords and stuff.
Ogun, yeah, Ogun.
I got swords up the wazoo, yo. It's crazy in my apartment, man.
Yeah, the Ogun, yeah.
Blades and stuff. Yeah, I got throwing knives, freaking daggone. I got an altar too. I have an altar in my house, but it has a Chinese I have a feminine deity who is Guan Yum. Guan Yum is kind of like a Yemaya in the Chinese. So I have a Yemaya on my altar. My Bible's obviously on my altar. You know what I'm saying? And I have a Japanese warrior mask. Yeah, huh?
Give me Ochosi, the Orisha Ochosi, a little bit, Monica, because he's Ochosi. Yeah.
So I'm Ogun. So it's settled, right? I'm Ogun.
Ogun, yeah, but you got Ochosi working in the background with you. So Ochosi and Ogun, there you are, right there. The first Ochosi and Ogun. Here we go. Boom, raise it up.
Depicted together.
Two powerful deities depicted together. Ochosi is the Orisha of the hunt and justice. Oh, see, I'm in the law too. I'm serious about law. Known for his skills with the bow and arrow. Yeah, I'm a freaking martial artist. And his ability to track and capture prey. And I'm a debater. So Ogun, on the other hand, is the Orisha of iron, war, and metalwork. I got tons of swords and stuff. They are often seen as complementary forces with Ogun clearing. That makes so much sense.
Clearing the pathway of Ochosi using the hunting skills to find what is needed. That's it, bro.
Yeah. That's fire, yo.
Wow, that makes sense, right?
Yeah, it totally makes sense.
If you actually look at the
now, what's the colors? What's the colors of Ogun and
green and black?
Ochosi?
Green and black.
Say again?
Green
and black. Yeah.
Green and black?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. He said somebody speaks for Hyper Beast. Can y'all do 8/03/2004, please?
Let's go back and pull it up.
This is fun, man. I love this. This is I'm gonna do it.
I'm sorry, people were saying something. I'm too busy typing in stuff, you guys.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
El Yah Jehovah Ikulu Enlil. These are the guys, the different names.
Enlil, Anu, Sophia.
They all dwell within.
Yeah, absolutely. Sophia actually corresponds with the Ruach. You know what I'm saying? The feminine, the Holy Spirit. Yeah.
Yeah, the Ruach Kodesh.
Everybody want to do theirs now.
We getting deep, y'all. Let's go. Let's get to the rabbit hole now.
And hold on. We didn't even tell you the Odu of Okanran, so I can read the Odu of Okanran.
Give me Odu of Okanran.
Black and green.
Yeah.
Black and green. I usually have a lot of red, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah, because he did with Shango, but yeah.
Well, Okanran does have a lot with a lot of Shango too.
I have a lot of black and red in my apartment though.
Right, yeah. Well, see, that's led by the wave of the God of the crossroads.
Oh, okay. Elegwa.
Yeah, Elegwa. And that's one of the attributes of issue. Elegwa is one of the attributes, and he's the guardian of the crossroads.
Yeah. And that was my father's head after he, you know what I'm saying? When he got sick, but he used to put white on everything. Everything he had on his congas. I had took the white off once he passed away. You know what I'm saying? Folded it up and put it away. You know what I'm saying? I still have all the white, you know what I'm saying, stuff he had on all of the drums. But once he, you know what I'm saying, he passed, you know what I'm saying, I folded them all up, kind of like, you know, they do the flag, you know what I'm saying, for military, folded it up, and I put it in a safe place here.
Beautiful.
Well, it says the Odu Okana Meiji is of forces and traps. They do not allow anyone to send them. They know everything. Well, they think they know everything. They do not listen to advice. Nothing is impossible. They have a fiery temperament. They do not quench their thirst until they see what they want, and give and even to give their life in order to destroy those who have done something.
So that's Ogun.
Yeah, that's your sign. This is Okana.
That's Okanran Meiji.
Okanran Meiji.
That's your Odu.
Do not remain calm, proud. They want what they understand to be done in a way.
God,
They
yo,
only
y'all,
believe in
yeah,
come
themselves.
on, man, yo.
They're
Y'all telling too many. You telling too many.
pride loses them.
Stop
They
talking
believe
about me, yo.
intolerant. They do. It's difficult to forgive. They argue and insist. They are always unhappy. Oh man, it's a Okada Meiji is a curse and war between religious, family, and blood. They resort to weapons and iron when they are uncomfortable.
Do that sound like your number?
Y'all telling on me now.
Is that your number, man? Is that your number?
That's it, me. That's me. I'm very fiery. Yep,
Yeah,
and I do, and I will resort to. Listen, B.
Hey, I think you
I
take care of
pull
business.
swords out. I'll put, you know what I'm saying, guns out. I bang out. I'm a banger for real, yo. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, who else
yeah.
was it? Monica.
Yeah.
So you gotta watch. You gotta watch for these things. Things that can
Yeah, I
cause.
know. Yeah,
Yeah. I need to check that out. Please send that to me when you get a clip.
Yeah.
I sent you a friend request over again.
Okay,
Oh,
right.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I do. Watch for these things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Stomach ailment, kidney
The
problems, blood
physical
pressure,
deformity, contagious
Yeah, those
disease,
health conditions.
addiction to
you wanna
drugs.
watch out.
I have a alcohol issue.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ailments in the
Yeah,
spine.
high blood pressure.
yeah, my
Your
back is hurting a little bit. Deafness, stomach ailment, kidney problems, probably due to my drinking. High blood pressure. Yeah, I didn't have high blood pressure until I hit 50.
Okay.
And now and again, my blood pressure goes up, and I've been worried about strokes, belly, possible surgical intervention, leg problems. I haven't had that.
Let me ask you,
Sexual impotency. Yeah, that's not my worries. In fact, if anything, I'm super fertile, so I can't lay down with everybody, yo. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to make a whole bunch of babies.
If the girl walk on the yard, she get pregnant.
Pain in
Huh? I got 2 children, and I ain't trying. If I add one more, it's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
If you walk off the yard, I'm not doing all of that.
Here the man is very womanizer, and the woman likes very much. Ants should not be killed as they will live.
That's not me though. That's not definitely. I'm not a womanizer.
Things.
I am super romantic.
Maybe in the past you probably were.
No. All my relationship. Listen, I was a virgin all the way until I got married.
Oh wow, okay.
Wow. Yeah, you're
at 20. I kept my I could have. I had a lot of girls that liked me, and there's a lot of girls that didn't like me. But you know what I'm saying? Because I grew up in the church and stuff like that. I kept my purity, bro, until I got married. My my ex-wife, now, you know what I'm saying? I got married, and then, you know what I'm saying? I was very specific about that.
So keep your nails long. A trip will bring you fortune.
Oh my goodness. Keep my what?
Your nails long.
My nails don't freaking stay long. They break after a while. My son's though, his nails go crazy.
That's calcium, Cap. You might want to try soursop. Have you tried soursop?
Yes. Not in a while, but I've had it before.
Okay, yeah, right.
Yeah, my nails don't really they get long. My thumbnails get long. You know what I'm saying? But not my other nails. If I try to grow them long, you know what I'm saying? After they get thin.
Yeah, let's get this other one in.
Who is this other person?
You're supposed to receive your IFA. You're supposed to become a babalawo.
A who?
A babalawo.
A priest.
You're supposed to become a priest.
Well, he's already walking in the priest order. So conversation. But anyway, let's get to other individual.
Sneak for the hyper beast. Do 8/03/2004. They asked for that. So let's do that math on that.
Okay.
And somebody else, FS.
Let's take them one at a time.
Raytheon, yeah. He said I'm next, but he didn't put a number yet. So whenever he puts the number up, we'll do that after. FS.
Well, you gotta come up, Sneaks, because
there he is.
Let me step to the room and count a little bit, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Yes, Elder.
Nakala? Are you still there? Nakala on the Contrary TV. Are you still there? Did you want to get you want us to do yours?
Y'all know I'm not paying attention. No, y'all not. No, we're paying attention. Sorry, mama. Sorry, mama. Here, FS put his numbers in. We're paying attention, Nakai. I'm sorry. I'm over here paying attention while we're chopping it up a little bit. Is there
Because
somewhere I
I
can go
have
to
to
see
look
mine?
stuff up in order to
Let's
do.
do yours now. After we do FS, when Baba come back, and FS got his numbers here. Oh wait, we gotta do our sneaks first. 803 2004, and then you divide by 16 and stuff. That's great, man. I just learned something really awesome, because I was always thinking about, like, my father always wanted me to get my obi tossed so I know my head, but I think he knew that I was Ogun. You just, what I'm saying, you usually have to go way he did it, because he had a Babalao. You know what I'm saying? His Babalao was
Look up what day that fell on. What day did that
8 is an August 03 2004. Let's see.
what day was that?
Let me see. August 3rd, 2004.
So it's 010.
What day? Huh?
010 is what Orisha is.
That was a Tuesday.
Page.
August 3rd, 2004 was a Tuesday. This date was the 216th day of the year of 2004 in the Gregorian calendar. So you might want to wait until Bob will come back to.
That's 6. 10 is 6.
So he said 8. That's August, but in their calendar is 6, right?
Right. August 8th to September the 4th.
6 months.
Is the 6th house, and that's under Ochosi or either Otane. It depends on feminine or whatever the energy is. Yours is under Ochosi. Watch out.
Yes,
what we got here now?
This is sneaks for the hyper beast.
Okay, we have to go with 6. And what's the day of the week? 3. That's going to be
Tuesday. You said Tuesday.
That's going to be Elegba.
Question.
Wait.
Ogun does the rum and the
Ogun
tobacco too, right?
Huh?
Cigars and rum,
yeah,
right?
Most definitely. Yeah, but I'm thinking Ogun. Yeah. Yeah.
But go ahead. My bad. I didn't want to.
You good.
Now, what does it say?
I'm trying to, because we don't use the Viking calendar for days of the week, because those days of the week are named after Viking gods or Greek gods, except for, let's say, Wednesdays is Woden. Woden is a Viking god, so we don't use that. That is Yemuja. Then you got Oshun and Oya and Chango and Oya. So let's go back. That's going to be it's Monday, Tuesday. Give me a minute. Tuesday, Ogun. Yeah. So we got if she's born on, it says 03 side B, so that will be 3. That's a 3 plus 3. That is Ogun's day. Okay, plus 3.
So 6 plus 3.
Plus 3.
Huh.
Plus 2004. Now add it up. Divided by 16 equals, here we go again, 126. Okay, divided by 16. 126 divided by 16.
8.
Damn, it keeps showing up a lot. Back to Ogun again. 8.
There's a lot of Oguns up in here, huh?
Yeah, a lot of Ogun. Damn. Yeah, a lot of them. Okay, so bring my. So we know what that is. So
It's
she came
O'Connor.
in. It
Yeah,
came
like
in,
that's an 8. That's in a 6th house. So I
yeah,
guess it's
yeah.
falling.
That's his house. Yeah, yeah. And it
Oh,
stands
let's
in.
try. Yeah, after we do so, that's Ogun.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the brotherhood.
Yeah.
And
That's
FS is a 05, right? So 05, that's what, April? In the Gregorian. What's the month of 5 in the
sacred calendar.
yeah.
Yeah, we gotta go back. Yeah,
So yeah, you Ogun sneaks.
yes.
You Ogun with me, you know what I'm saying?
All these warriors, man.
There's a lot of warriors up in here.
Got a lot of warriors up in
lot,
there.
yeah.
This is what's the other one now?
This is FS Dre Theo.
Yeah.
Dre Theo.
What month?
05/27/1981.
05. Okay.
I want to do my sons
That's
too.
Orumula.
I gotta do my sons.
That's gonna be Orumula.
Get
It's
it
gonna be,
on.
what is it? What is it? 05 what? What's the number? Give me the number. I'm
05/27/1981.
05. So we're talking about 0 5 0 5. Okay.
That's May. Oh, wait.
Yeah, we're looking at that. That's going to be a call and 25.
27.
That's going to be 3, and that's going to be Ibeji, the month of Ibeji. So we put the number 8 3. The month's going to be 3 3. Come on with the 3.
Hold on, my for some my thing ain't working. Okay. 3 plus
3
plus what?
3 in the year.
What's the year? 20.
What's the year? 2004. Add it all up. Divided by 16.
$125, $625. That's 120.
Yeah, that's gonna be 125 divided by 16.
Dang, that came out as Ogun too.
What is going on
with that energy, man?
That's interesting.
Yeah,
you got a whole bunch of Oguns in the house.
A bunch of them.
Ogun gang gang. Bang on, yo.
So wait, let's do mine. Let's see if mine comes out. Let's see, 6/20/1977.
Okay.
And my sons, I just posted my sons.
Okay, we'll get him. Yeah, we'll get him. Okay.
Yep. But you know yours already too, right? Oh, sis.
Yeah.
Just gonna see how close it comes to the celestial calculation. A lot of folks do the sun, but they never do their moon.
Right.
See what I'm saying, war child? Everything based off the others based off of the sun in this movement. But this is
Right,
based
right, right.
off the moon and this move, and because the moon deal with the seasonal changes.
Got you.
Yeah. And sometimes by knowing what season you in, you know the strength, your strength and weakness during that season. You understand? And that's what a lot of us miss, not knowing what season we in to make our best movements. Same thing with plants. Certain time of year, if you eat a plant a certain time, it won't. It's in defense mode, and it works against you rather than helping you. And a lot of things we eat are genetically grown. It's out of season. So if you eat it out of season, it does not accomplish that what it was designed to do. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Just think about it. Everything must be done in its season, which you know this as a study of the scriptures. So if it's out of season, it's out of place.
Right.
So anything you eat out of season, it's in a defense mode. You know.
Right.
Yeah. Let's do you goddess.
06/20/1977.
Well, let's put it up there. People can see it. Where's your computer froze? What's going on? Okay, I see 6. And that would be
Yeah, I'm 4 years older than you, girl.
okay, 2097. Okay. All right. Okay, let's see here. We got 4/20/1977. 4/20/1967. 1977. Added up and divided by 16. Okay.
We gotta be doing something wrong.
That's what
No.
I'm saying. Like everybody can't turn up
No.
Ogun.
That's no. But what we're doing, okay. Let's go old school. That's what it is. We're not, the old way of doing it. We're doing it from the computer, and we got to do it the old school way. That's what we're running into. I'm just recognizing that. Okay.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah. 16 old school.
Yeah,
125 is gonna come back 8 again.
huh?
Yeah.
Keeps
But
coming
see,
back
that's
8.
let me,
So that's gonna be Ogun again.
yeah. We got to
Ogun
go.
again.
Yeah.
You know,
Gotta
you know,
go.
I am. Oh yeah. So,
You're wrong.
but
Yeah,
Yo, oh yeah. How does that work?
Yeah, right.
That's why
So
they
we
said
got
that tossing
we do,
Opie. That's what I'm saying. Like
yeah. Well, see, the thing about it, we do it with the old fashioned way where we divide it down to the least common denominator. So
oh, okay. So maybe go to the least because we're going up.
yeah,
Might want to do that with me too, because then I have to go back to 7 and not 8.
yeah, the least common denominator, so it'd be 7. Common, yeah. It's been a while since we did this, and
Okay.
so I thought it was that we had to find the day that you were born too. That we
well,
add
the
that.
date, the date, we always ask the date, and that tell you what Orisa like. With his, it was the month was the Ochosi, and the day of the week I think was what? Was it on a Thursday? Watch
Yeah.
out.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm on a Thursday. I'm born on a
Thursday.
Thursday.
So do we add
Thursday
the day onto that, like the day you
Yeah,
were
let's
born?
try that. Yeah, let's try that again because I'm born on a Thursday. I'm a Yao in the West African.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You know, in West Africa, they
let's-
actually call you by the day of your
we did
day of the week that you were born. So if you're born on a Thursday like me, you're called a Yao. I'm a Yao.
Okay. Yeah. So the thing would come up because in the calendar, Thursday is Oshun. You know, it's Oshun on a day of the week. So we're talking about Oshun, and we're talking about the year of Ochos and Oshun. And then you got the date. We got to go to come down. So I'm looking at this because that is not the way it should come out. It should come to the
Yeah,
lowest
I
common.
mean, yeah, we did figure something out. For some reason, everybody's
Yeah,
if you
that's
do
something
that,
wrong with
that line of math, everything
it.
thing comes out as
Right, as an 8, because and that's a 16 though. That's the whole thing. Like 8 is a 16 is a derivative of 8.
Yeah.
So maybe that's where we're having the problem here.
Well, the problem
Right.
goes, but you got the 16 major old dudes that's
Right.
in there. So if you divide it,
Okay,
yeah, the 16 major old dudes, so you got to go there because
we might have to
those
do the day. We might have to do the actual day.
you're right. Yeah. So
And
let's
if we put that number in, then it's gonna start turning up different numbers.
yeah, that's what.
Because I think that's what's happening right now. So we might want to do everything.
I remember how we did it last time on here, and it was coming up different each time.
Really?
We're leaving. Yeah, we're leaving something out.
Yeah,
something is
leaving out. So yeah, because this definitely it shouldn't be coming up all this Ogun.
Ogun, right? Everybody Ogun, y'all.
Maybe Ogun want to be recognized today.
Yeah,
it's Ogun's time right now. He's like, yo, check this, B.
Look, we're dealing with energy, and we got to go back and get
Ogun is banging right now, yo. And
it's banging right there.
Right.
And we can pencil and paper, but anyway, it goes to the least common denominator.
As soon as I opened this calendar, it went to Ogun's page on the calendar. So
wow.
Ogun wants something. Ogun wants some attention right now.
So let's go. So I know that this is going to be June the 20th, and that's going to be the 4th house, which is Yemujan. That's Yemujan, and that's going to be a 4. Even though it's 6 in Bulgarian, then you got the 20th, and you got 1977. But it should come to the lowest common denominator among that between, and then we read it from there.
Okay, so what are we doing? We got 4.
4.
Hell, maybe it is all good. Who knows?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying. Let's just see. Shit, now that's something wrong with that.
So we're gonna add that day in, or you know what I'm saying, like the date of the number of the day that he was born on. Well, and I don't know how that works in the celestial in the
well, you have to add the date in that you arrived, which would be say like whatever day of the week would it be like, but that day of the week number it's just the day itself. So like you was on Thursday on what they call a
Thursday, yeah.
Oshun, and that date was the day you arrived and the year. So you got to do the date. Hold on a minute. The month, the date, and the year, and then you old school. You divide it. Pencil and paper, people. Pencil and paper.
So yeah, no, because we're putting the 20 in. Like okay, so that's the day.
That's the
Gregorian calendar day, but we're not putting the actual number day. Like so, if GJ Genesis is born on the 20th of said day, what day was that? What number of the day was that? Maybe we should change that variable.
The variable of the date rise because the number that we're looking at is the celestial number, is the lead number of the month itself. That was
right. But I'm saying like the 22nd. The 22nd was a Thursday, which would have been,
because but see,
the fourth day the 4th day, right?
Right.
4th day so maybe not put the 22 and put the 4 in there instead. The number of the day of the week.
Once you add it together, it will come add the month, the day, and then the year is what you got to come up with.
Because we're putting that 20, like the 22 on mine. I was born on the 22nd, but it's a Thursday, so maybe the 22 should be removed, and it being the 4 days. You know what I'm saying? Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Right? 4 days. Maybe the 4 is actually the number that needs to be placed in there. The actual number of the day of the week. I don't know.
Right now, I gotta go back and check my check my
Otherwise, we all gonna turn up Ogun, and that's all good, B. You know what I'm saying? Ogun gang gang. I really still feel like I'm Ogun. Let me. I do feel like I'm Ogun though, because it makes sense to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it must be
But everybody can't turn up
Coming up
Ogun. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Unless unless we just got a whole bunch of Oguns in the chat. You know what I'm
It-
saying? Listening right now. I don't know.
No, I beg to differ because we've done this so much and it's always never come up like this. I'm trying to see what's really going on. So just give a minute. I got to go old school just for a moment and see what we come up with. All right, we got 420. So we got y'all go ahead and talk if you want to. I'm gonna check something out while y'all talk.
Oh,
Because,
okay. Okay.
yeah, go ahead and talk. I got to check my.
So that does come out to 2001. When you
Okay.
divide that by 16, it's going to equal 125. And if you divide that by 16,
It goes
so,
back to that, and that's where the problem come in at. You don't divide it by 16 twice. You only divide it by 16 once.
and then what happens after that?
And then the next thing you do, you round it off and you go to that particular old dude. That's where it is. That's what it is. That other 16 that you can't. It's only one time. So
125. So if it comes out 125,
yeah, look under the old. What old dude comes in 120? It's going to be a combination. 125. What's that old dude in IFA? Because there's 256 of them, and that's what the problem is. I just realized it. Let's go to the 126 of that old dude of the old dudes. Okay, that's where the problem comes in at. Yeah, you can't keep dividing by 16. Okay. Okay. Let's see what we got. Put up the Europe old dudes and the old dude EPL. Go there. Go to the old dude book. Pull it up.
Owanrin.
That would go. And what does it say? It should be a combination.
Huh?
That is Erosun or Warring. That's what you got right there. There you go. Now, Erosun or Warring. This old dude serves a. Okay, here we go. There we go. And
Oh, Erosun Owanrin.
Your Erosun or Warring. Now let's read it. That's too many 16. Like, a war child, appreciate you because we had too many 16s in there.
Aha.
Okay, let's go with and we'll do it again, and we'll do it based on the combination. Yeah, we got to get out of the majors. Erosun or Warring. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Sign. Keep going till it comes to the end.
Yeah, so that's a okay. So what was the other one? Who?
Okay, let's see. We got what does it say about Erosun or Warring?
Basically, it says.
Okay.
Be careful with a bird that your enemy sends you. Okay, let me see. If Orula wants this person to be well, he will meet his good fortunes on the way, following a straight path that leads to a crossroads. To carry a sacrifice, another person is looking for the same fortune that is from elsewhere, but will not lose their fortune. Both will not lose their fortunes.
Okay, but if we're talking about the person that's born under with this Orisha, born with this Odu, that's what you want. Okay, born with this Odu. I think you just passed it. But anyway.
Hold on, born.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, in the Odu of Ifa, Orosu Ojwani was born.
Okay, that's it. We're talking a person that carries that particular Odu.
The electric bulb. That there are buried values that you will find. Lightning. That's Oya.
Yeah.
The person's about to lose everything. Jesus Christ. What else? Oh Lord. Okay. A king who can lose his crown. Pride and the spilling blood from the mouth. Be careful in places where there's a candle because it can burn. Man,
that's deal with that sign. We're trying to get to the sign that the person is born under, according to celestial alignment. And then I have to get my chart. The chart that we have that was designed. That
my sign that I was born under was Gemini.
Okay, but that was the Gregorian. We're talking celestial. There
it is Orosu. What based on what you just did, it was called Orosu Warren.
Orosu Warring, yeah. What it came up with. Yeah, we want to
chaos and fulfillment of potential, highlighting the cyclical nature of the universe.
Okay. Go down. But what it does, it's the days you came in, what time plays a role in it. Once find out the celestial alignment, getting away from Gregorian coming in balance. That's what we're dealing with. The imbalance represents chaos and breakdown of order. Rete. Erosoons, you represent chaos and breakdown of order, but also potential for new beginnings. Also deal with the menstrual blood and so forth and so on. I have to get my interpreter's guide that we have in there in another room to get off into like we did the last time.
Do emphasize the importance of honoring one's ancestors and maintaining balance in one's life and being mindful of one's actions. Also highlights the potential for both success and challenges, urging individuals to seek guidance through IFA divination. Ororin Orosun can offer guidance on issues such as relationships, encouraging reconciliation in some cases, potential for large followings or influence, and the need to be dedicated to spiritual practices like IFA. Individuals must consult IFA when facing challenges, seeking direction in life, or wanting to understand their spiritual path. Specific advice and rituals associated with Ororin are tailored to the individual's unique situation.
We want to go back and do War Child because we want to go back to the original and just see what it really kicks out. That's what we want to know now because
let's see how that works.
Right, yeah.
Let's go back and remove the 16. Let's go back and do this.
I think his came out as 120 something too.
Yeah, let's go back.
Yeah, 125. Mine said 125, 125, which is interesting because I have a lot. 22 is like my number. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like my sacred number. Yeah. 22 is like
the 125th Odu.
So it's crazy how it came out 125, 125 for me.
And that is that's wild, man. You're right. So let's do 120, the 125th Odu. Type it in and see what comes up.
That's the same one as I got.
You sure?
125th Odun. And then wait, let's go back. Let's start from the beginning. Let's start from the beginning.
Let's go back. Let's go back.
What variable are we changing now in the equation?
The 16. You don't do 16 twice. You because there are 256 Odus. And when you're divided by 16, we supposed to carry us through the whole layout, and that was 125. So 125 is 125. That's a combination rather than one particular Odu. It's a combination.
It's probably going to come up like if it's different, it's probably going to come up like Shango or something. Because you know what I'm saying, like it's close with the warrior stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The Ogun and then Shango. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Well, no, the Ogun came up before they did the The Ogun is that's before your Odu is just where we're getting the problem.
My
at. 'Cause
Odu, yeah, my Odu, yeah,
wait,
yeah.
no, you Ogun came up for your number.
Yeah,
Your
but
number's
let's see.
Ogun.
Let's do the
But
250 so and their meanings.
this is when we try to get the Odu. That's where we're coming up with.
Odu, yeah. Okay.
Okay, 256 Odu and their
Pineapple.
meanings. Okay, let's go and look at the variables.
That's it's still that one's still gonna come up as 125. I remember, but let's
Okay,
go.
so let's go into it, and we take right and left side. So we look at Erosun and we look at Iwori, and you bring them together as you were doing a while ago.
Yeah, if you change the variable and it still comes up Ogun, then that means that I'm officially, you know what I'm saying?
We have
without
the
any
variable.
argument. Yeah.
So that's what let's go back and see what's governing in that. Can you?
Okay, so we're gonna just start from scratch.
Now we just go into it
Back
like
to
we
the
did.
calculator, right?
Yeah, let's go back to that and let's do it
Sorry,
that
you
way.
can't see my screen?
Yeah, because
Sorry, my bad. I had the calculator up the whole time. My bad.
okay, let's go back and let's just do
Okay, go ahead.
let's give it a number again, and let's try it without the second 16 division.
I want to drop your tag so I can see, you know what I'm saying, the numbers you're writing.
Okay, let's go with it. Give me the month. You was in what, Ochosi?
Yeah, it's so 6. You said 6 in the divine, right? It's an 8 on the Gregorian, but it's 6 in the
Yeah, 6. Okay, and then the date. Oh, it was on a Thursday, so that will be
Thursday.
Oshun. So let's look at the number itself. Was what 14? Was it 14? Watch out.
For the day of the week?
No, the day.
No, I'm on the 22nd. I'm on the 22nd of the month.
22nd.
Yeah.
I was 22, 22nd.
I'll put 2/2, or you're gonna put the day of the month.
Now here we go. Well, you got the month. The 6 is Ochosi.
I mean, but the day of the week is the 4.
We're missing
day, which is what you said, Yamaya. So we're gonna put that equation in there too. The fourth day of the week.
But actually, what your day is Thursday, and that will be the what 5th.
The 5th day. Okay, the 5th day of the week. Sunday.
Yeah.
Monday.
Well,
Tuesday.
we're gonna run with this. What we got? 6/22.
Yes.
And
that's
what's
the 5th
year?
day? 1974.
I think that's what we're missing. We're missing because you have the date that the full date that your birthday stands on. That Arisha.
Yeah,
and then you have the actual date, the day that you were born, whatever.
The day, yeah. So I'm on the 5th day.
That's a number right there.
Right.
I think we're supposed to have both of those numbers in there, right?
I think that's
okay. The month, the date, and the year. Those are the 3 things we have to have. So the month is the 6th month, 22nd day, and the year is 19 what?
74.
74. Let's put that in there. Let's see where we go. 1974. Add it up. Yeah,
that's the same thing. But we're not. We're missing the 4th day, right? The 4th.
Yeah.
I mean the 5th. The 5th day on Thursday.
Well, see, that's 5th day. Let's hold on. I want to see something.
Okay.
Divide by 16. Then we'll go back and try that. 125, 125. So let's look at the 120, the 120. So the 125 is that Okanron.
Real soon,
Is it Okanron? No,
that's not Okanron. It's something Irosu.
Hirosun or Warring.
Yeah.
And let's look at Warring, and then look at Hirosun in that combination.
What was that word you just said? Oh, what?
Warring.
Warring.
Yeah, that's the 125th Odu. Yeah. So let's pull it up. Warring, Hirosun.
I have a feeling that if you do anybody's birthday, it's gonna be like a 2000 or something like that. Like I think they're all going out to a 2000. When you're
I can get my goddess here. We number work, but anyway, let's just see what I'm looking at, because I want to double check. And I appreciate this because it makes me go back and double check my math and everything.
Right,
how
right, right.
the
Absolutely.
process, because it shouldn't come up like this, because it should be a variable. So let's see what the 125 is, because when you divide it by that, so
I think
So
you're
what's the
missing.
next number that we're gonna divide the 125 by? We're not gonna do that on a
we're
16.
not
It's
going
gonna
to do
turn back
16.
up 8.
We're
Yeah,
not going to do the 16 into 125 because it's going to push us back. But what I
back
want
to
to do,
8. Yeah.
I want to see what the 120 or the 125 that old do is, and it should be a listing of all the old dues. If you'll pull them up so he can see what we're talking about, because there's 16 major and 240 minors, and that makes up the algorithm and binary system of the system of IFA. And in it tells you got the combinations when they fall certain ways, what that old do is and what governs that old do. And it's under the uh hold on a minute, under the University of IFA knowledge. There is a and you can put it up too, watch out. There is a
These are all the old dude. If you look at
okay. Okay, so let's go down a little further. That's the chart. We want to go to down a little further. You're going up, down, 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 go on down. Right in there, chapter 9, the sacred old dudes, parables, right there. So let's go into that one right there. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. You see that? Okay, let's go down to that combination of Odu, Erosun, round sign of Shun, Eurogum. Okay, it teaches the reincarnation for frequency. All right. Now we want to get the combination of Erosun and Owarin.
Yeah, I don't think this goes that far down into it.
Yep. It should be where you can type it in. Because Ogun, that's just the markings. Those are the markings. Let's go into the definition of Odu. And this is the same thing that we work with in our classes when we were studying. Okay, we want to look at the definition. We want to look at that.
What exactly are you looking? What are you wanting me to find?
We're trying to find the combination when it falls in a certain pattern, like with his, and what Orisha governs certain Odus. You know, in the module, it talks about that. In our training module.
What Orisha governs
governs
the Odu,
Erosun,
Oshun, and Egungun.
Okay, keep going.
So it's a representation of Oshun and Egungun, the spirit of the ancestors. Therefore, Erosun or wandering represents a combination of the two powerful forces, highlighting the importance of honoring ancestors and maintaining a connection to one's lineage.
Okay.
The Odu is associated with Oshun, the Yoruba Orisha, representing fertility, love, and water. It also signifies the importance of lineage and ancestors. This Odu is linked to the Egungun, the spirits of the deceased ancestors who are honored and revered in the Yoruba tradition. When these two are combined, it emphasizes the interconnectedness of life and death, ancestors and descendants, and the need to maintain a balance between honoring the past and living in the present. It also suggests the importance of offering and rituals related to both Oshun and the ancestors. In essence, Erosun Owanrin calls for reverence of the ancestors, a connection to one's lineage.
Okay. And that's the pattern. Okay. So
normally, so there's a mathematical way, and there's also like the way that you do it with this chain, and that's what falls.
Right, that's what falls, yeah. So that's what we were looking at. And that's what we were talking about a while ago about when you come in the world, you come in the world with an Orisha, which governs your Ori. Your Ori is the highest form, which is your inner head. And when you come into work, that's the first thing to arrive. Most time is the head, and then the rest comes out, and that's what we go by. And we ask from the celestial realm, who came with you as to guide you on your path. They don't interfere with you, but just guide you and tell you when you're making the wrong steps. Purpose and assignment. So let's go back up.
Okay.
Okay. And like it says, because Ochosi was the month. So let's look at the Orisha Ochosi and see what we got. Because he's definitely a warrior and path cutter. And his twin sister is Otane. Okay. So Ochosi is known as Orisha, the powerful Yoruba Orisha, associated with hunting, justice, and the wildness. He depicts as a skilled hunter, all time with a bow and arrow, symbolizing his precision and ability to track, find, and spray beyond her. Ochosi embodied justice and is seen as protector of those who are oppressed,
Okay.
unjust. Huh?
So that's what it came out to, Ochosi.
Yeah.
Still, right? Okay, so it's not Ogun though.
No, it's Ochosi.
Ochosi, still a warrior and justice. So before it was Ochosi and Ogun. Now it's
right. That's right.
Ochosi, and that makes sense. I'm Ochosi then.
Like justice and protecting.
Yeah, and I'm all into the law and all of that stuff. I be helping people.
Yeah, right. It says,
you know what I mean?
Fight for and you fight to protect the oppressed unjustly and pursue. Ochosi. Yeah.
But I think that when we're trying to get the Odu, because this comes out without the Odu. You know what I'm saying?
This came out without the Odu.
It comes out as soon as we know your month.
Yeah.
As soon as we know your month, we know that Orisha that's aligned with that month.
Yeah. And Sneaks wants to do his over again with the new with the new variable. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do it again.
So there y'all both are like y'all probably might be underneath a similar Ochosi. Like, I'm not sure.
Let's just see because
because he's an August baby.
Oh yeah. That's gonna be that's August. What date?
He said his is 03.
August the 3rd.
03. Yeah, and I think I had looked that
up.
Right?
Aries is Ogun. Okay.
I forgot. It's August 3rd is a Tuesday, so that's a Tuesday for him. I don't know
that's gonna be
that variable matters.
Yeah, that'll be Elegba or either issue Tuesday is Elegba or no, it's not. It's Ogun. I'm sorry.
So he's still Ogun.
Yeah, because Monday is issue. Tuesday's Ogun. Yeah. Yeah, Ogun. That's the day of Ogun, and it's gonna be the month that he's talking about. Is gonna be
the 6th month, right?
Yeah, and that's gonna be Ochosi.
Ochosi.
Yeah. So
now when we did DJ Genesis, did we do the right divine month number? Because hers is 06 here in the Gregorian. Did we do? You said it was the 4 on hers.
Yeah. She come under Yemuja. Yeah.
No, actually, I come under Ibeji.
No, wait.
No, I come under Yemuja. Okay.
Yemuja. And remember, these are 28-day cycles. It's not the 31. These are 28-day, and then they roll over. So yeah.
Okay, so if I was born on a Wednesday, wait, hold on.
That's Yemuja anyway.
Hold on. So the number 4. So that month it comes under the Orisha Yemoja.
Yemoja.
And then, so what are we doing with the
month is the day of the month that you came in, and the day of the week is the weekday, which is Yemoja. So that you came in under the month of Yemoja, born on the day, week of Yemoja, and the year, because nobody knows the actual year because they jag with it. So we use the number that they wrote down, but we know it could be because it could be older or less, but we use that number for celestial.
No, I'm sorry. June 20th was a Monday.
June 20th
is a Monday.
That's still gonna fall under Yemuja, 4th house. That's the 4th house. That's still gonna be Yemuja.
I thought that Monday was Eshu or Legwa.
Okay, but you say it's on a Monday.
Monday.
Monday is gonna be Elegba. Yeah, it's gonna be Elegba. Tuesday is Ogun.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what do we do with that? So Elegua has a number, and so does Ogun.
Yeah, but those, one is for the month and one is for the day of is that date, that particular name of that day of the week, not the number itself. It's itself.
Okay, so you use the day of the week to determine
We,
what
we, we use
Orisha.
the month, the date, and the year. We don't, the month is the day you arrived, the date you arrived, and the
I did
energy
it when I
you
reached
arrived.
down to pick up the bowl that was on the floor. I used my hand, and all of a sudden, fucking goddamn, it caused it to raise up.
Sorry, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm talking to my son.
That's all right. That's all right. So anyway, I want to get back into it because it takes time that we lay it all out because it definitely gets into the in depth because with them removing certain celestial beings out of our chart, it throws into an imbalance, and we want to work on that. And I appreciate Walter because I got to go back now and do a reconfiguration on what we got going on, so we'll make sure it follow. Because I am a Babylon. Now we do research, but a lot of time people they want you to go and do a whole lot of ritual stuff. And for the last 3 years, we've been able to use this and hit it spot on. So let me go back and double check my what you call back to the drawing board and double check and make sure everything falls because you're dealing with people's lives
Yes, sir.
and energy, and that is too important. You don't play with that. You understand?
Yes, sir. Yes,
so I
yes,
want to
sir.
go back and check my board, and next time we do it, we'll have it more accurate. We have to wonder about it. What if we will have it down accurate? I promise you that.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be a great show, man. And I know people would love to find out, you know what I'm saying, what their Orisha, their head is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just probably one thing that we're like off with.
We're like, yeah, like one variable in the equation that we're not considering somehow. I don't know.
Yeah, we did it last time, and it was but
it was accurate, right?
Yeah.
So maybe you have to go back to that video. I'm sure you probably remember where it is and look at what it was that was different from today. DJ Genesis.
We have to. We getting listen. This, you know what I'm saying? It's people.
But anyway, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna make it short because this helps us to understand our power and strength, and also our weaknesses, so we can strengthen ourselves. Because we're at war. We're at a psychological war like you wouldn't believe, and everything's been thrown at us, and we gotta prepare ourselves.
Even just from the basic learning and the consideration of all of these mathematics and it's an equation. While you know what I'm saying, somebody might try to attack whether it's valid, objective or subjective thinking or spiritual thinking. Regardless, what it does is opens up neuroplasticity, different angles of looking at, it's not linear, it's abstract thinking. You know what I'm saying? And this was so important that most people miss out on, all these cats, pseudo killers and all of them talking, oh yeah, science. And then when they want to battle rap, these cats, don't know how to spit abstract because y'all ain't freaking goddamn using your brain right. Y'all ain't freaking exercising the abstractions.
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
Shalom,
shalom, bro. Yeah. So
I seen IFA up here, so I was, and I seen Detroit, so I went.
All right, Detroit. Okay, Detroit. All right.
How's it going? Yeah, we were just trying to do this equation, but we're missing one number. We can't figure out.
We're gonna go back to the drawing board, check it out. And we saw left the subject matter, but once again, we were looking at the situation we're dealing with and how that this thing, like DJ Junior brought up, the report of Iron Mountain. And then I was telling you about, and I will have the book. I do have it. We've been on a while. War Child, the Pseudopegaphus, because it breaks the whole thing down. What happened when we had a celestial eclipse this past year, and it felt at the equinox, and it said what's going to happen, that the earth will be in judgment, and these are the signs to expect. Yeah. And I think look up the solar eclipse, the last solar eclipse. I think it was last year at the equinox. was at the equinox. Can you pull that
Right.
up?
Right.
And remember it says, and the signs of heaven. You quoted it earlier. So we got to look at the signs of what? The signs of heaven. You understand? What's written on the wall, and then judge and calculate our movements based upon the signs and symbols. You know, and the thesis of Shem in the pseudepigrapha breaks it all down. So let's find that it's in the pseudepigrapha, volume 1, the thesis of Shem. And when was the last solar eclipse?
Last solar eclipse was October 14th, 2023. It was an annual solar eclipse, often referred to as the Ring of Fire eclipse. The October type annual solar eclipse visibility. The eclipse was visible across parts of the United States, Central America, and South America. The path of annularity, where observers could see the ring of fire pass through several states. Upcoming solar eclipse. So yeah, that's just a little basic.
Right, you're right.
14, yeah.
Okay, what happened at the equinox this past year in March?
It was on the equinox too, right? October 14th was the equinox.
Yeah, what is on it? But the vernal equinox. It happened at the vernal equinox.
Let me see that.
Well, hell, on the 2nd of August, supposed to be the longest eclipse ever.
But let me get my September. Yeah, let me get the book, okay? Yeah, let me get the book.
We having an eclipse on the 2nd of August.
Yeah,
that's the day before my birthday.
Wow,
it's a once in a century eclipse.
Wow, that's the day before my birthday.
Man, remember that movie where the people was looking at the eclipse and they all
Leo season, baby.
Leo season.
Leo season, baby.
August 3rd.
I'm August 22nd. I'm the last day.
Oh yeah, you like right there.
Yeah. and twos. Everything flows in twos for me, man. The 22nd. So if it's falling on the 2nd, that's interesting to me. You know what I mean? Take note of that.
See, this is the whole. I'm reading this.
I got catch 22. You know what I'm saying? I'm a total catch 22.
Yeah, mine's is threes. The stuff like happens in threes for me.
Oh. Yeah. See how I'm saying? I see 22s almost everywhere.
2027. That's 2027. Okay.
2027.
It's gonna be the longest eclipse ever.
Okay.
And it happens once every 100
Old Testament, pseudepigrapha, apocalyptic, literature and testaments. I study a lot of apocalyptic. I want that book, Baba Yasha. I need that book, B. That's what I do. That one. Yeah. That's what I do.
I got to get the Nile Hammadi Library back. That was a book that I had that I really.
Yeah, I got all of that. Got all of that. Here we go.
Baba Yasha got a library, ain't as extensive.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Okay, it says this is page 27, the thesis of Shem, the composure of Shem, the son of Noah, concerning the beginning of the year and whatever occurs in it. Are you with me?
Mm-hmm.
This happened. It says, if the year begins in Aries, or the year the year will be lean, even as 4, and it goes into it in depth. You can pull it up, War Child. So that's what you want to pull up. And it was in the month of Ogun. See, they call it Aries, okay? But it's actually the month of Ogun because in the month of Abib.
Yeah.
So it says, this will be a lean, even as 4 with its animals, it will die, and many clouds will neither be visible nor appear, and grain will not reach its full potential. Fields gonna be failing, crops gonna be failing. It goes in detail.
And what verse? What chapter? What book, chapter, and verse is that?
This is the thesis, and composed by Shem the son. Okay. And this is on page 481, chapter 2, verse 7.
Okay.
And that's the thesis of Shem.
Yeah, and it goes to all the seasons and what happened when certain things in the celestial realm that that happens, and how the world will go into certain situations and chaos or be blessed or not. And most time when we have what they call a solar eclipse, that's Earth in judgment. A lunar is when the people in judgment.
Mm.
And that's found in this particular book, volume 1 and volume 2. So see, go ahead.
Likely pseudo-pigrapho.
The
Why do
pseudo.
you call it pseudo-pigrapho? What are they
Well, they
called?
know that they said it was supposed to not, but this stuff is accurate. Trust me, people. And I know watch out. I know when you read these prophecies and things and they line up.
Yep. Yep.
When they line up, you can take them to the bank.
Exactly.
This is chapter 1. Second chapter, and it starts with verse 1 through 13. I wish you could pull it up because right now my glasses are all fogged up.
Yeah, I can't get into it because every time I look up that book that you have, even though I have it on my tablet is freaking not rocking right now.
Let's see if we can try to get this thing to pull up.
Book,
Jenny, you ought to be able to pull it up on your the thesis of Shem.
Thesis of Shem.
Yeah.
Every time I look it up, it actually, it's all all these PDFs want, you know what I'm saying, you to pay for them right now. It ain't.
Yeah,
and I have it. No, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on.
I'll be right back, y'all. I'm about to get ready for work, but I'll be tapping in. I'm about to be right back.
All right, your man, bless up, King.
Yeah. What you got, man? Come on, son.
See, I think this is a commentary on this. Treaties of Shem, discussed, translated. Yeah, no, this is
you can't find it online, apparently.
John Ryland's University Life Theological.
Chapter of the treaty corresponds
go on Aries, right? Go on Aries. Okay. The first is okay, and then it says under the sun transition in March 21st. Yes. Yeah, April 19th. And that's when we had that's when the equinox came into, right? And that's when we started talking about, that's Gemini. We're talking about, and this in here, that is also considered the month of Ogun. And it goes on to say, and grain will not reach its necessary, but rye will. It says, and the river Nile will overflow, and the kings of Rome will not remain in one place, and the stars of heaven will be dissipated, and sparks of fire, and the moon will be eclipsed on the first grain and die. The last grain will be harvested for Passover until Passover. We'll be blighted. Gonna be blighted. It's gonna be blighted means what? Watch out. That's when things are
not growing or not
growing. So we're talking from one Passover to another Passover.
I wonder why you can't find that book that in online. This sort of pseudo-pigrapho.
And it says
you can't find it nowhere.
Blighted, and it says, and the moon will eclipse the new year. Producer will be blighted, and the year will be bad, and a great war of misery will occur all over the earth, especially in the land of Egypt, and as many ships that will be wrecked when the sea bars, and all will be valuable in Africa, but wheat will be reduced in value. Then they thought, you remember we had all those damn ships hitting them damn bridges?
Mm-hmm.
You remember the ships kept hitting them damn bridges up here a while back?
Right.
They spoke about that at this time. Whatever happened.
Right.
Then it goes on and says, in Africa, wheat will be, then It says, and reduce the value in Damascus and Haran, but in Palestine it will be value. And in the region there will be various diseases, sickness, even fighting will occur in it. But but alone will escape from the delivered. Then it goes into the other parts. But this is this is the book, the Pseudepigrapha for volume 1. I have volume 2 and the other ones, and it all goes a little deeper into what's going to take place. Now you got to be able to read the what you want to call it when you the metaphor or the allegory or the story that's in there, what's hidden in that truth, where the truth is hidden in it. And they use certain things like Egypt and et cetera, represent what those prophecies represent in that is that represents in the book. Deeply. Good job, good job, good job. So you want to go to page 481. Is that 481? Hmm. 481, page 481. Zoom in. Da-da-da. Go up a little bit.
Pardon me, y'all. I'm over here trying to cook. I'm over here cooking some collard greens and rice and
all right, man. Go to page 481. You got 420. Let's go to page 481. ISIS. Baby girl, 481. 481. There it is. Boom. Boom shakalaka. Whoops. 481. 82. There it is to your left. There it is to your left. Okay, let's see what we got here. Maybe you can do a better job of reading what I was trying. And it says, if the year begins in Gemini, it talks about every month what happens in the celestial realm when these things occur at certain times. And we want to look at this one. Now this is in Aries, but this is actually in the sign of Ogun. That right there, I was putting up. Can you enlarge that and take a look at it? And if the year begins in Taurus, everyone whose name contains, oh yeah. Oh man, yeah, Brad. Okay, beautiful. Okay, yeah. Go to the very, yeah, just that first section. That's what you want to
So
be
I
one
mean,
of
why
them.
are we going? Is it in Aries right now? Are we in a
No, what it says when the year came in this past equinox, they got the word Aries because of Gagarin, but according to the sacred calendar, it was called the month of Ogun. Okay, and this what it says. If the year begins in Aries, the year will be lean. Even the 4-footed animal will die. We had all these bird flu and all this shit going around.
right?
All the chickens and shit, everything was dropping and getting rid of this, getting rid of that. Many clouds, the many clouds will neither be visible nor appear, and the grain will not reach the necessary height. The river Nile will overflow, and all of these things are symbolic. And I'm looking at War Child. Many of these things is, if you understand the symbology that's involved in it, you'll see what it's telling us about whenever the earth, whenever these things happen, certain things happen in the earth or with people. And since one Passover until the new year, produces going to be blight. The year will be bad. For a great war and misery will occur on the earth, especially in the land of Egypt, and many ships will be wrecked when the sea boils. All will be valued in Africa, but wheat will be reduced in the valley of Damascus and Horan, and in Palestine. It will be valuable. And in the region there will be various diseases, sickness, even fighting will occur in it. But it will be allowed to escape from it. It will be delivered. So we're looking at what's going on in so-called Middle East, all these battles, all these floods, all these fires, flooding ain't going on, because we know that we talk about ships, but ships running out of America, and America's called Egypt because Egypt was first here in America before it got where it is.
So how do you know that the year is going to begin in Aries, or you mean
Well, this is Bulgaria, but we know that the equinox is always in the month of March and April, Albeit, which we verified that, and it's odd that no season ever starts at the beginning of a month. It starts around the 21st. Every season starts between the 21st. Am I right or wrong?
So are they just talking about that if like say if we're in the beginning of the the beginning of the year,
and there's an eclipse, whether it's solar or lunar, it's going to be one of the two. These are the events that took place. If it begins in
what are they determining if the year ends in this, or are they going off of the solar calendar, whether or not
they're going off of, because these are astronomers. These are astronomers that, and it's not just astronomers looking at the conditions and looking at written prophecies and things.
No, I get that. I'm saying that what are they?
And I can't tell, because, like I said, I don't know. I know that when I read it,
it sounds like to me it's like a sun sign, or if the moon is in Aries, then if the moon is in this, whatever your moon is in or your sun is in.
Yeah, because remember the Passover, that deals with the moon, basically.
Okay, so if
June, you celebrate your Passover, and that's why I was talking to a war child, because mostly in the so-called, now don't you like when it's not in the Hebrew community that practice and follow certain feast days and festivals based on that. Passover is really none of us in there, and they look at these things, and you look at it and you judge season, because the word Albid means the visit of the first barley plant at the what you call it, is at the very beginning or the very edge of the what they call it. Let me slow down. It is the very beginning of when the moon makes its first peak. They call that Albid. So here's one now. It says, and if the year began in this, well, how does the year begin in Taurus when all the celestial season starts in a certain period?
That's my question.
Right.
Okay. So when you go back and look at it,
Cancer, Gemini, and it's saying
but it's talking about when certain events take place at this time. To go back to the first part, it says go up. It says concern the beginning of the year and whatever occurs in it. So people, now maybe you can help me out with this.
It sounds like if the sun, if say the first of the year every January,
when we know January was added in, they created January. So you got to go to the original calendar, the original calendar that was created, because there was no January and February until the Julius Caesar, or until the Babylonian zodiac came in. The first Roman calendar only had 10 months. Only had 10 months in it. So these other
like the Julian calendar, right?
Yeah, right. And they add this stuff in. But with our calendar, so our African, we've always had 13 months. because it was designed by the female based off the menstrual cycle and the moon cycle. So it's always been 13 months. They chose to eliminate one of the celestial being constellations when they didn't want to embrace that the feminine energy, and they want to stay with the sun. So they went to that, but the sun does not move. The moon governs your seasons. You understand? And that's in the scriptures. I think that's Psalms 104, verse 19. It says in the sacred writing that the moon governs it and the sun knows its setting. So everything, rather than basing it off the sun like most folks do, you should base it off what? The moon. Because there is actually 13 months. We say it's 7 days in a week, 4 weeks in a month, 52 weeks a year. So if I divide 4 into 52, that's not 12. That's 13. And it's 13 weeks between each season, right or wrong. 91 days in the 3 months, 4 times 9, that's 364. So our whole thing is out of whack. Now I could be wrong. Just check. Let's check the numbers. So when I look at it, I've got to go by what's in the book of Enoch, and then what's written here. And then there's one called the Essenes, the calendar of the Essenes. I know Warchild heard the Essene text. I know he's familiar with that. I'm pretty sure because he was quoting things of a while ago that I ran across in there. So you got to check all of these writings, and then you go back and find out that the original Egypt was over here in the Americas, for it was moved over there what we call it today. And that's one thing that Harper's brother write about in his book, When the Rocks Cry Out. Now I ask you who don't believe nothing, let's do the research and see how accurate it is, how close, because accuracy is going to be the key. That's why we have a problem, because we don't read, research, and review things. We take it at face value rather than checking behind and see where did it come from, who, what, when, where, and why. Why the 4 W's. We need to examine these things, because what is it? Our life depends on accuracy. Our soul survival depends on accuracy. You know. And that's why I said that I was glad to see Warchild come on, because we need young people to dialogue to help us. Because I'm 79, man. How much shit have I forgotten over the years? You know. Well, now, Bob, we need to take a look at this. Let's look at it from this angle. You see what I'm saying? And because of their research and they do a lot of things, they may have access to things that I didn't have access to when I came along. I had to go to the library, and everything was done by hand. Go through all these various books and go up and down elevators from the first floor to the 7th floor, to archives and antiquity, and find this book, that book, and read this. Sometimes 4 and 5 books. But now y'all have, even though AI is there, you gotta watch it, because they change the shit, because they're trying to deceive the masses. So we gotta go we need hard copies, you know. So we go in there. See, this won't get jammed up on the computer. You understand? Go get off the shelf. So, okay. Well, if I count on my computer, it'll not go down anytime. So we need hard copies. We need hard data, because we're trying to raise up a nation. And they need documentation. That's irrefutable. Right or wrong, warrior?
I'll say.
Yeah. Yeah, see? And that's why you all are so necessary. Old for counsel, young for war. Understand? And these young men ain't gonna take the BS that a lot of our people had to take, because we're in a different time, a different mind frame. Got a whole lot of Shangos and Oguns out there and Ochoses. They ain't gonna take it. And a lot of warrior sisters, they ain't gonna take it.
Right.
And we got to respect that, and we got to hear them, because how can I give you what you want if I don't talk to you? Like you said, I'm gonna give you some collard greens and this, that, and the other. Yeah, I might know nothing about no damn collard greens. You know how you prepare your collard greens. You know. So we got to learn from each other what it takes.
Right.
See, rather than argue with some white boy's fantasy, what are we gonna do to save ourselves? Because we're on the hit list. Remember, we're one of the most hated groups because the color of our skin and our talent and gift than any race under the sun. And history have proved that time and time again. Not that we can't come together, because when we come together, we are a triple threat. We are a triple threat to that man because we know he's inferior. History has proved that every time we ever built, they got jealous and either burned it down or flooded it. How do we protect ourselves and our possessions and our sisters and our future? What are we going to do? Keep wearing their labels? You know, put these jackets on where it's come from? And before you know it, you're in captivity. Like we said today earlier, Genesis, we need to watch out for this thing called captivity. You know, watch out. What was one of the main problems that Israel had in the text? What were they warned about?
One of the problems? Say it again.
What was one of the main things that Yah warned Israel about in the text? Being at ease in Zion.
Right.
Being happy in captivity.
Right.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? And
right.
we're so
adopting the ways of wicked people.
Right. And that's been our downfall. So busy trying to be recognized and get the approval of certain groups. We don't need their approval.
Right.
They need our approval.
But
we fall for the okie doke, you know, the banana in the tailpipe or the carrot on the damn stick. You know, have you ever seen sheep leading goats? Have you ever seen sheep leading goats?
Nope.
But you find goats leading sheep.
That's true. Goats got a little bit more weaponry and skills. You know what I'm saying? Than the sheep.
Yeah. Now the bad boy in the bunch is the damn sheepdog. He's the one to come to save them.
Right.
See, we got enough history to learn from the mistakes we made, not to keep making them same mistakes all over again. And I tell everybody, we get back to using the tools that was given to us to interpret and to inquire. Hosea 4:9 said, I will give you a language to communicate with me with, not everybody. And I declare it is divination, because that's why he gave the divination to the children. So we got anything else, divine, and I'll give you the answer, instant answer.
Right.
And so that's how he does. I ain't got to pray and look for a sign. When that old dude fall, read it, take it and move. But we have nobody that's dedicated enough to want to follow the rules. We're so busy trying to be the Messiah, and that ain't our calling.
Come on, teach.
See? And that's where we get our hung up. Everybody wants no. And then we're dealing with a being on this planet that we know nothing of. While the book says, be careful how you entertain angels. For some, strange for some, entertain angels unaware. There are all kind of people on the planet. They don't know what a human is now, or what is a supreme being. Because we of color, we are supreme beings in a terrestrial world. And because we don't know it, we find ourselves trying to imitate. Can you imagine a hyena trying to be a lion? Huh?
Right.
Come on now. And I'm talking to my people right now. There's no such thing as we can't come together. That's the biggest lie I've been told. But we perpetuated to fulfill this man's concept and ideology about we're not together. Sure, we got many tribes and clans all over the world, but don't know we can't come together. We just have had enough to push us together, to make us come together. You know, it ain't none of mine. It ain't bothering me. Well, one day it's gonna be at your push. See what I feel about this thing called immigration and homelessness. That's an inside track to load us up into competition camp to put us under the 11th executive order 11,000. I know you heard, we read about it. ISIS, Genesis. Why can't I call you ISIS? DJ Genesis, because they're creating and mobilizing the citizens for government oversight. And we showed the other night, they're talking about putting you in a hospital for mental illness. Who determined who decided who got mental illness? What doctors? And why we got to go in there and go through their process? Know what they did with the Tuskegee experiment with syphilis and all that stuff, and what they did to the Indian in them damn smallpox blankets. It's time to get worried, people. We're at DEFCON 5 crisis. Remember, we started with one and then wound up on the rest. We started with getting rid of the illegal immigrants. Now they're talking about rounding up all the homeless. Where they gonna put them at?
Right.
In concentration in old army bases, old places. They closed down what they call that program, Job Corps. They closed it down all of a sudden. Prisons, most of them are private owned prisons. So now they're making money off that. And like DJ Genesis, and these folks is drawing checks from Social Security and so forth. Where's that money going? Where is the money going that these people get?
Back to the government, because they'll either be able to probably pause their payments and then they'll say, "Oh, see, we saved money, So you guys drum up all this debt, and then you want to take away the aid from the people because you chose to go to war and get our country in debt. That's crazy.
What I want you to do now, I'm glad. Will you pull up the thing from Iron Mountain? I don't know if Walter heard, but in the deal from the report from Iron Mountain. Have you ever heard of War Child? War Child, have you ever heard the report from Iron Mountain? He's still muted. What is written in the report from Iron Mountain? Can you pull it up, Genesis? And we'll show you something in there. See, they talk about the King Alfred plan, but what followed King Alfred was the report from Iron Mountain, the meeting at the Bohemian Grove, and they're constantly meeting behind closed doors. G8, G7. What was the deal done at report from Iron Mountain?
I'm here. I'm listening while I'm going back and forth.
Okay, because the thing about it, we have to understand the playbook. You got to get the book. You got to compare the book to the handwriting on the wall. So wait a minute. So I'm guessing she's gonna put it up for us, because in the report from Iron Mountain, they're giving you a breakdown on what the deal is. Yeah, this is from Iron Mountain, and it's going down to the purpose of it. We came right there, 1962. What happened on February 14, 1962? What happened on February the 14th, 1962? And at 1957, that's when they did the thing with the King Alfred plan. 57, it rolled over into the 60s. Project 2025 is late bullshit, They already had a program in place under under Kennedy administration. Everybody loved John F. Kennedy. Y'all didn't know John F. Kennedy. You thought you knew him. Herbert Humphrey and all these folks. And it's always talking about building a greater America, maintaining peace and unity. It ain't no peace and unity. Zion, Wild Child, War Child.
Yep.
What does the book say about crime, peace, and safety? What happened?
Say again. About what?
Does the book say about when you cry peace and safety? What happened?
Cry peace and man,
he says
safety.
When you cry peace and safety, certain destruction draws
certain destruction. Yes, certain destruction. Yes,
yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. Huh? You crying and ratting at it, talking about this and this. Come on now. When men cry peace and safety, sudden destruction is drawing now. It's a trick. We're going to build another great America. When have America ever been great? Great for who?
Right. Exactly.
You know.
Certainly not the Native Americans. Certainly not us.
Not us.
You know what I'm
and put it on up. And what did Frederick Douglass tell them when he brought him in to speak about the 4th of July? It ain't good for us.
And to be quite honest, you know that the majority of the homeless people are Native American. Like they make up a very large, or those.
And that's intentional. Because they started going to these reservations and putting their children in certain government-owned schools, then they start experimenting on them.
Right.
And not only that, but they own that land. They probably want to get that, all those casinos.
All that land stuff, yeah. Even though they supposedly gave it to them, now they're taking it back. They're doing it the same way. What did they do at the end of the Civil War? Gave all the land back to them suckers in the South that had plantations under Andrew Jackson. Because we did not protect ourselves. The main thing, you got to learn the rule of law so you can use the law to protect you, even though it might not be. They're hardly gonna go against the law. Well, I tell everybody that has that of color, you need a damn Black's Law Dictionary. You need Black's Law Dictionary.
Yep. I always tell them.
See,
always tell them. You need that Black's Law Dictionary.
You need the Black's Law Dictionary.
They keep revising it year after year, but however, the old school ones are, just as relevant as the new school ones.
Yes, sir. And I have them.
I think I got the 17th edition. I think
I got the 4th edition. I got the 4th edition. And I got the 6th and 7th edition.
Right.
Yeah. But I tell you, you can't talk that street talk in a courtroom. You got to go in there understanding what.
Right. That's why I practice my objections and all of that. My legal language.
Yeah.
Tightening up on that legal language, man.
You got to go in there. You got to speak the language. If you don't speak, they know you're a damn fool.
Right.
See, and what folks don't realize, and you've been in the military, DJ, the American flag and United States flag ain't the same. The United States flag has a border around it. The American flag didn't have one because the flag, the rule of law of the flag, you don't put no borders, nothing above it or around it. That's the rule of law we taught when I was in the military. What's this stuff hanging behind the judge's seat and in courtrooms and on most policemen's on their patch? It's a fringe. That's maritime law. You ain't got no rights.
Right. That term bench, actually, the way it's spelt, it's not a bench like a chair. Right. Actually, it's a French word that actually means beach, like a shore. Mm-hmm. So when you go into the courtroom, between the between the desks where the tables where saying the lawyers sit and where the judge is, that little area in the front is called the well. Mm-hmm. You can't just step across the well. You have to actually ask the judge for permission
on the
to
bank.
approach.
Yeah.
Okay, so you cannot. So when the judge is on the beach, like so, it's maritime. Remember, maritime has everything to do with
water.
with water and trade, like trade across.
Yeah.
And so you know, people think that the bench means a chair. No, it means a
No.
beach. And that right before you get to the beach, there is a well. And if you try to cross that well, you will be tackled. They will tackle you to the ground if you don't ask for permission to cross that water.
And the next thing is that gate swings in and not out. It goes towards the bank, and when you go out, it goes the other way. But when you enter into what? His court, his beat. You're in trouble. But back to this report of Iron Mountain. It talks about how to set up, what's going on in the name of peace. And you need war in order to create what? Refugees. We're talking about people being moved around like chess pieces. Then you scoop them up because now they are mentally ill. How many million people came out of the military, out of the war? How many comes out of the war all mine, all messed all up? How many guys come out that they had to deprogram after training them to be killers? People seen things of horror and it affected them mentally, that they can't even sleep, can't sleep. I was among some of the lucky ones, but my brother-in-law didn't make it. That nigga wake up through the night and go on post duty. Hook, toops, and the nigga was a civilian. After coming back from Vietnam, he would actually get middle of the night and go stand post. What's wrong with this nigga? We are traumatized. And then we're despised for being traumatized. Now we're gonna put you under medical care. Like we said before, and I got me. I couldn't rest. Where does all that money go?
Right.
That these people supposed to get. Like you said, it's recycled. Not only that, how many of them they've cashed in now on their birth certificate and Social Security because they're off the grid. They're off the grid, they call it. Can't find them. Where does that money go? We're gonna pay it out in the national debt. How are you gonna pay down the debt and you steady borrowing? And what does the book say? A borrower is a slave to the lender. So that makes this a slave country.
And let's not talk about all these illegal immigrants and their houses. What happened to their houses? Who gets those?
Oh man, boo! You raise another thought.
What about their cars?
From Afghanistan, all that. You brought all of these immigrants in. You know, they call them refugees. Gave them houses and jobs up there in Pennsylvania and up there in the upper northeast area and everything, but you're kicking everybody else in the South.
No, hey, check this out. Where is their checks going? When they got paid their money for their checks to work, where'd their money go? Like, where's their bank accounts? Where's those funds gonna go?
Yeah. So it's a lot of things going on that we need to look at, but we're so busy chasing whoop cookies and arguing over who's this and who's that, who got the greatest religion. It ain't about that. It's about what? Survival and avoiding captivity.
Come on, teach.
Man, it's sad. It's sad. And it hurts me to my heart because our people's supposed to be sharper than that. I don't give a damn what tribe you came from. You ought to be sharper than that. But we're caught up in identity. We're trying to find an identity and then get the approval of the enemy that who we say we are. You don't make no sense. You don't find a line word about a dog barking at him. I don't give a shit that dog barking at him. You better go somewhere and play. You don't want to run up over here. You want to call down or go get your doggy bone or some kibbles and bits because you don't want to run up in this. But for years, as we've come up, I watched us go through many name changes, trying to be accepted, looking for the approval of the white man. And there's no such thing as a white man. That was until what was that? What 1686 when the word became synonymous. Before then, there was no such thing called a white person. When did it became a part of the of our vocabulary? When did the word become a part of the vocabulary?
Mm-hmm.
Man, you non-existent, bro. You know, but we don't use, like you were saying earlier, Walter. You got your repeater tactics when he come being crazy. You got some words for him. You know, we got labels for him, but that dude take a label and wears a badge of honor, a badge of honor. He wears a badge of honor. Redneck. He made a song out of it. I know it's getting late, children, but we got a lot of work to do. A lot of work. And we got a nation of people that was just traumatized and is in comatose that we got to wake up. You know, can't save them all. The book says you can't save them all. Only a few gonna make it. But whatever we can save, we need to save. And that's where the problem's coming in at. How are we going to determine what need to be saved and what we're going to let be sacrificed? And that's the big question. What we're going to save and what we're going to allow to be sacrificed, because there are casualties of war and cultural casualties. Some big decisions got to be made.
And then, do you think there's a certain level of cognitive dissonance that is when a person can see a homeless person and say, well, at least they're going to get a place to stay, or like, and
if a nigga in jail get a place to stay, 3 cots on a hot, I'm thinking 3 hots on a cot, but he has no freedom.
Yeah. So it's like, so just because they're homeless and they don't deserve to be free, they don't deserve to be able to come and go.
These 5 million folks that are family members of millionaires on the street, that's out there on the street, just because they look a certain way, you don't know their family ties or why the family, they do what they do. You can't run around until you, what it says, unless you walked a mile in my shoes, how you gonna tell me about how my shoe fit?
And what do you think about how people are treating the immigrants and like on some like, well, I can't worry about them. We got to be only worrying about ourselves.
You got to worry about them because everything has a domino effect. Let me cut you off. Like we talked to the brothers earlier. We have to worry because somebody's got to pay the price for what's going on with them. Somebody gonna suffer. Whatever you're taking from one and give somebody else suffers. We have not protected our investment. We understand that there were laws created, the black codes and Jim Crow and all these other things, and we survived all of that. Let's take those life experiences and put them into an agenda to create a agenda that we can fight back with, because we know the tricks. We know the tricks. We know the board. Let me ask you a question. Oh, and I'm talking to Walter because I love the brother. I swear up and down, I love his energy. And I told him because he's a young man. What you was 40 or 50? Well, where you at?
Yeah, I'll be 51 August 22nd coming up.
Okay. Now, did you play a little chess?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the important part of chess?
what's the important part of chess?
Mm-hmm.
Is to basically depends on what side of the board you're on. So if you're on the white side, you're the offender, you know, and you're trying to take over, you know what I'm saying, the other kingdom or the other.
Let me ask you this.
On the other side, you're in defense of your king. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Now check this out. If you didn't have no board, how you gonna play chess?
Say again?
If you don't have no board, how you gonna play chess?
You just go and throw the pieces at each other, I guess. Yeah, put your pawns in a slingshot and shit.
So, but if you know the squares and how they were set up on the board and how many squares, so you start making those moves by numbers, you know where you're going. Right. You got to know the playing field of what I'm saying. You got to understand the playing field.
Absolutely.
To move your pieces properly. We
Yes,
don't.
Sir.
We don't.
No.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Like you said,
we're more reactionary.
The queen is the most powerful piece on the board.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, Queen 6'2". Hi. I'm crushing on her.
It takes the board and the square to tell you what the most important piece is and where she said it, not to protect her. We don't know the board.
And your bishops, your bishop and your knights,
and your rook, and all that. But we don't know the board enough to put her in a strategic place to protect her from being attacked, because we don't always overstand and say the board.
Right.
You know,
you take out the king, the game is over.
We say, yeah, it's over. See,
you know what I'm saying? The queen is powerful. The queen is powerful. She can move any which way on the board from Sunday. You know what I mean? She know how to, you know what I mean? And don't let your pawn go to the other side and become another queen. You have multiple queens on the board now. You know what I'm saying? For all my polygamous people, I'm not a polygamist myself, but
you know, you got to recognize the fact that in order to understand, you got to understand what you're playing with, a level playing field.
Yes, sir.
So when you get out there, you know what you're doing, not and fumbling and bumbling.
Yep.
See, and that's been us.
Yep. Yep.
They throw words at us that we're not familiar with, and we run with it.
Right.
Immigration. Right. What? Immigration. Okay. Wonder word. Okay, what do you mean by immigration? Then we had a thing called what? Integration.
Right.
Immigration, integration.
Right. Right. Fact.
When we came along doing one show you call the Poor People's March. They called it later on the civil rights. What civil rights? We're talking about Poor People's March. And went from that to integration. Integration. That wasn't where we stood among the black community every day. You know, that's one of where we were used to. We knew about segregation, but we know nothing about integration. And we got in that bandwagon, and that was a bait that sucked us in, because we don't understand that the word integrate means to equal side, and that's going to be an adapter to adjust the frequency or the energy that we did get overload. We gave up everything to assimilate and not integrate. Looking for recognition. Looking for recognition. DJ Genesis, I'm gonna put it back in your hand. We've been here a little while, and we are not nearby through.
We're not. We have a lot more to go, but
not a lot to cover. But I want to thank you and War Child for coming on and all that participated. And we're gonna get this other thing down too, because we got 3 or 4, 5 things going on that we gotta bring back in balance. But I want to let you all know that we're at DEFCON 5. We are at war, whether you like it or not. You can say I ain't me, but they come to your house. It's gonna come to our house, and you better be ready.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I saw a young man talking about, "Hey, you better start working out. Better start, go get yourself a pow pow.
You better start growing you some groceries."
Right. That too.
Right.
It looks said from a trucker. Okay, he know about the trucking industry. He knows what's happening out there, guys.
You better get you some way, get you some food lined up with some pots of greens and onions and
Oh
coke
man,
and
my grandmother, and she till this day, you know what I'm saying? Because she came out of the Great Depression.
right.
So
You know how to can some food.
downstairs basement in my grandparents' house is filled with unperishables. Even now, I have freaking stacks of rice, beans, and stuff like that, just bags of it, because I learned that from my grandmother. But if you went down into the basement of our you know what I'm saying, family house, my grandfather just got named. He got a whole street named after him after he passed away just this year. So you know what I'm saying, big shout out to my grandfather.
Right.
But my grandmother, she's still here at 95, and that pantry that she has in the downstairs. I mean, if there was, you know what I'm saying, a zombie apocalypse, or yo, I'm saying, you know what I'm saying? You'd be able to live for a couple years before you have to go out and start, you know what I'm saying, popping off the, I'm telling you, we got food, we got, you know what I'm saying, and then you got the freezer. She had, like there's two deep freezers in there. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God! Like you can survive.
Note to self: go to Zion's house.
Be careful, because they got them pumes over there too.
Well, you know, and we don't,
you know what I'm saying?
A lot of canned food.
Yeah, I'm going home, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
going right back to Long Island. If it pop off like that, it's time to go back to Huntington, yo. You know what I'm saying? Because I know where the food at.
So anyway, look, family, I'm gonna get ready to step back and get ready to close my eyes and get some rest.
Give thanks for the teachings. You know what I'm saying? I say abominable elder. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Give thanks for the wisdom. You know what I mean? I love it. You impart so much knowledge upon us. You know what I mean? And I told my son recently, I said, sometimes you have to listen to elders, because you know what I'm saying, it's like a clock. You know what I'm saying? When the elders start getting older, they start imparting information on the next generations. It's almost you know what I'm saying, it's like a reactionary thing. They're doing that because they want to make sure that the next generation is fit. Right. That they're able, that they know things that they probably would not know if it were not for them. And that's why I would listen to my grandfather. My grandfather will sit down and talk. Man. Hey, he would tell me, hey, bro, let's go out and grab a sandwich. And I jump right in the car with him. And I know he's gonna talk, he's gonna chew my ear. But the fact of the matter is one of the reasons why I'm still here at 50 years old, when a lot of my peers are either dead or in jail.
They're in jail.
You know what I'm saying? Some of them still here, but you know what I'm saying? But so many of them are gone, is because they did not have, or that they didn't listen. Maybe not so much that they didn't have the elders. You know what I'm saying? It was like, oh, I want to hear that, you know what I'm saying, junk, or I want to hear that, you know what I'm saying, whatever. You know what I'm saying? No. Listen to your elders. Spend time, sit down, let them fly. You know what I'm saying? Because the information that they're imparting on you will last generations, and then you are supposed to impart that. Just like the same thing with the people are not getting recipes no more. They're not getting the recipes from their grandmas and, you know what I'm saying, their aunties. And so there's a dude across the hall who's freaking daggone 60-something years old, and this dude can't cook. How, bro? How can't you cook? Are you serious?
Are you serious?
You was not paying, you know, I can't call it. I don't know what his life was about. Maybe he didn't have, you know what I'm saying, the elders and family, you know what I'm saying, like that around. So, you know what I'm saying, I'm not going to shame him for it. You know what I'm saying? But every now and again, you know what I'm saying, when I start cooking, you know what I'm saying, I go and freaking daggone make him a plate, you know what I'm saying? Because he can't cook. And that's sad, yo. At 50 years old, I can cut up, yo. I can cut up in the kitchen.
You climb in the
kitchen. Women talk about, oh yeah, I cook. Yo, listen, yo, don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't worry about the cooking. I got you on that.
Yeah, man. My mama said you might find a girl can't boil water without burning. You better know how to cook, boy.
Facts, yo, you know what I'm saying?
So, I can say, family, it's been great being here with you all tonight.
Yes,
looking forward for another setting. And pardon my babbling and rumming. It's just I got so much in this old bald head that I need to get out.
You need to get it out, and it needs to be out here. Yes, sir. Yep.
Yeah, you know,
it needs
and
to be shared. It needs to be
yeah,
recorded.
and,
It needs to be documented. It needs to be kept and preserved for posterity, y'all.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
So I appreciate the ears, man. Especially I tell him why about you. I said, man, I love the brother. He don't know us about. I love his energy, how he come in and he stands his ground, and he's there. And you got to prove what I'm saying. That what I'm saying is not what it is. You just take a walk away with anything, and that's the kind of stuff we need. We don't need nobody who lay down. So you know what? Let's we'll agree to disagree. No bullshit. Somebody gonna tell it like it is. I ain't got time for that agree to disagree.
Right.
We ain't solved nothing. We got to solve these problems. So DJ, we're gonna make sure we get something to you, sweetheart. You know, and keep this show going. Whether it be 1, 2, or 3, if we can save one lonely soul on this journey.
Yeah. What did Paul say? You know what I'm saying? To win a few, right?
Yeah. So so yeah. So but anyway, Baba gonna step back and let y'all have you know my song. I gotta have my money song. Gotta have my money song. All right.
Rest well. You know, blessed love.
Right.
Elder. Yeah.
So listen, I hope that you guys like the Money Mantra. We're gonna play it one more time. Hey, listen, just so you know, my Cash App is DJ.
Yeah. Let's get that out there.
Yeah, let's get that out there for the people. You know what I mean?
Support the channel.
So we support the channel to get this to continue this information coming out. You know what I mean?
This is Baba's information. Please give him a call.
Yeah.
You know, it's not too often that you have a elder that's here that's willing to put his number up there for people to call him and talk to him for advice. Like he said, there's a lot of information in his bald head. Please continue to support the channel.
Yes, sir.
And please, you know, if whatever donations you could do, super chats, Venmo, whatever you listen, I accept it all.
Make it happen.
Thank you for being here. If you've been able to stick it out with us, I appreciate you. And here's the Money Mantra, guys. Peace.
I am blessed to make money, money making money, money making money, money making money, money making money, manifest making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making